Hey, Carp. So we're doing some science today. We are going to see, kind of in real time, what slash, if any, effect my magical pills actually have on me. Since I finally got them. So we'll see if I actually have an attention span today, which should be interesting.
Ross, I am deporting you to Narsiswak in Greenland.
I mean, not gonna lie, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm pretty sure they have, like, no slash garbage internet there, that would not be much of a threat. Like, I'm down with being far the fuck away from people. That sounds pretty fun. Anyway, since I slept in a bit today, I have missed out on prime time for Alpins. We'll probably hop on the next chance I get. I kind of want to do some more mosquito stuff today, but we'll see how we go. We might pick it up next stream or whatever. Sort of streaming, there is no schedule. Any sense of organization here has gone completely over the past couple days. I love this song. Oh, oopsies. Hang on. Technical problems. Yeah, I saw that. Hopefully it's a mild case at least, dude. Okay, everyone's flying from Wuja, so we must be pretty far out there. Just gonna spawn in and check where the front line is. So yes, just before starting the stream, I did the thing. So we're gonna see in about half an hour it should take for them to take effect. So in about half an hour, I should begin to get an attention span for once in my life, which will be interesting. Let's have blast on Fight Island. Oh, I missed Fight Island. God damn it! Why do I have to sleep in today? More than 30 players? Good. Very good. I mean, it's been like that for the past, what, week or two, hasn't it? Which is really, really good to see. See, I told you guys, you just need to have a little faith, give it a little time. It'll slowly come back. Save doomerism for real life. Brain go burnout? Give it about half an hour. I only just took one, so give it about half an hour. Then it should go brr. I also, I allowed myself to be negotiated with again. So I may end up going back to the job, but on the condition that my hours get dropped. I don't know if they're going to be amenable to that, though. So if they're not, then whatever, I'll find a new job, don't care. If they are, then we'll see how long I can manage with reduced hours there. Because, like, I think if it was 2 days a week maximum, I could probably manage better. But who knows, we'll see. Like, the environment there wasn't real great for me, so it may prove that even that's not good. Oh, shush. Oh, no, fuck. Wrong button. There we go. Apparently, Discord for the server. I'll have to jump in later. I'll hop in today. I haven't checked the forums for a couple of weeks, so I'm a little behind in the news. We'll hit him with the pencils. The usual load. Yeah. Looks like the pop on Alpins had tapered off by the time I finally dragged my sorry ass out of bed, so we'll hop on Alpins next stream. Get myself up a little earlier. We'll fly in here for now, then we'll probably hop over to either another server or we'll go to another game. Don't worry about it right now, Dark Soul. I will hop in after the stream. Like, there's no point me connecting during the stream, because I'm not going to be able to check Discord while I'm streaming, but I will jump in today. Cheers for the link, no. I don't need this. I'm going to fucking sweat myself half to death. Unfortunately, I tried the track file from my Su-25 flight with Lumber, where we had Alpin and Davey flying cover for us. The fucking track file's corrupted, man. I'm so upset about that. That would have made such good screenshots. But that was so cool to actually see live. Well, I mean, I experienced it live. You guys would have seen it. It was a pair of Su-25s with an actual MiG-21 escort doing the escort weave. Like, I haven't really seen that kind of thing with the whole escort weave and everything going on outside of single-player games, so seeing it in multiplayer was really fucking cool. Another game. Yeah, well, I don't know. It might be Misfizz, might be Gonna Heat PC, might be both. Fly with you, but I'm totally knackered. That's fine, man. You can be here in spirit. Midweek stream? Yeah. So this wasn't really super planned. I just kind of felt like I should do a stream now that I've got my meds, so we can see together if they make much perceptible difference. I'm sure they'll affect how I think, but I don't know if that's going to show up to you guys, but supposedly it's noticeable when my sister forgets to take hers, or so says Mum. So I'm curious to see if you guys will pick up in the same with me. It's science. We're doing research, and I am the research subject. Did you sleep well? Reasonably. The thing is, like, with ADHD, especially as bad as I've got it, sleep doesn't make any difference. I can sleep perfectly, I still cannot focus. Like, the main difference between me sleeping perfectly like a baby and me getting, like, no or very badly interrupted sleep is how cranky I am and how, like, just sick I feel. But my actual thought process is really not much different. I'm a little better coordinated when I've slept as well, so I'm better at DCS, but in terms of, like, my thought process, it doesn't really change much. Hey, Chocolate. We're doing medical research.
Infield defending bandit at bullseye 131 for 350. Uzi defending bandit at bulls 131 for 350.
Yeah, exactly, Cathorius. Exactly. I wish they'd fix them. I really wish they'd fix them. It's so dumb. Like, oh yeah, we fixed the mirrors in the Su-25, dudes. Like, the side ones weren't broken to begin with, and the top one was only broken because it was positioned in front of the periscope housing, not in it. Like, it was only the top mirror that needed fixing, and they fucked up the side ones in the process. Like, come on, man. And yeah, like, the new side mirror angle is great for seeing ground launches, but it's also physically fucking impossible, and I'd rather just see behind me.
Infield defending bandit at bullseye 129 for 400.
Would you rather I make you a... Why are you like this? Why are you like this? But I do have a question, which is how flexible is your art style? Just out of curiosity. Like, do you only do the weeb stuff, or do you do other stuff too? Mostly because my usual go-to for art stuff is very busy at the moment. Su-25 or TV. Easily this. The Su-25T historically was pretty irrelevant. They only ever built 8 of the things. 8 total.
Jet who just took out that A10, there's another one off to his front left.
In addition to that, it's got shit visibility out the cockpit. It still isn't that flexible in terms of weapons, and it flies horribly. It's so heavy. So this is much better for me. I prefer this one. So we should be basically on the front line already. They're shit. The 25T carrying Vickers, they're shit. The Vickers require you to fly at similar ranges to use an ATGM on the hind. In a fat fucking fixed-wing aircraft, you have to guide them onto target by keeping them within that laser's field of view. Like, they're horrible. If you're gonna do fucking precision-guided anti-tank shit, use MAVs. Like, Vickers are still so much worse than fucking Mavericks. They're a helicopter weapon. They're a great helicopter weapon, but on a fixed-wing aircraft, they're fucking awful. Now, the anti-radiation missiles, yeah, it's the only thing we have with anti-radiation missiles, but it's a slow platform. And also, its ELINT pod is kind of magical hand-waving. It's not that realistic. So I would rather have a Su-17M, or Su-17M4 as the case may be, with an actual Vuger pod and its own anti-radiation missiles. I really intensely dislike the Su-25T, honestly. And I'm glad it's not in this server, and I'm glad it's disappeared from Alpen's server as well, because it really shouldn't be in them. Again, they built 8. 8! 8 of them! It's like the Mi-24 VP everyone keeps asking for with the turreted 23mm cannon. They built 25 of those, and the Navy used them. Like, there's just... some things shouldn't be in DCS. There's more Kar-50s than there are 24 VPs or Su-25Ts put together. Su-33 can carry Kar-31s? Nope. Unless it's an AI one. I don't even think the AI ones can carry it. I know in real life they've shown mock-ups of that mounting, but I don't think it's actually done in it. I'm pretty certain it's not a thing in DCS. Let me just fucking zoom in so it doesn't LOD out my ground textures every time I fucking tab into the map display. Oh, we gotta turn the volume up on this. Having a bitch of a time spotting targets. Might just have to use the Vulcan nails as my homing device. Oh, I think I see one. Maybe. Just by the canopy bar there. The Su-17 is mainly for everything that involves blowing shit up on the ground. Not really CAS, it can't, like, loiter. But seed, strike, reconnaissance, anti-ship, nuclear strike, it does it all. Oh, yep, there we go. Sure as fuck, that's a target. And the nearest of those targets will be a Vulcan, I think. No, I got it wrong. The Vulcan's still up, I guess. Oh yeah, the Vulcan's still up. Jesus Christ. I need to evade harder when I'm breaking off from targets with Vulcans on them. When you're dealing with AAA, you want to alter your altitude, so climb and dive. Don't jink side to side, that's relatively easy for them to hit. You can combine both, but you really need to change altitude as well. It's more effective against flak because of timed fuses than it is against gun-based, well, you know, autocannon-based artillery, but it's still good against them too because they struggle to correct for the altitude. Okay, Vulcan has been taken care of. Yeah, I agree about the Su-25T being the free aircraft, not being the best idea.
Do not check meme seller.
Oh no. Why do you scare me like this? AM1. Yeah. Gib A6, so I can hold hands with my BN as we fly to our death. That's a dead frontline target. See you later, shitlords. There's one left. One M60 left. The temptation to go beyond... Oh, no. No. I am not becoming a fucking VTuber. It is not happening. Forget it. Why you hate NATO? Because they didn't fucking Marshall Plan Russia when they should have, and now we've got the fucking resulting mess to deal with. Oh, man. Let's get this last M60. I did spend all of my rockets on this target, but we got some good effect on it, so I'm not too upset about that. No, it was mainly the Object 430 I drove in Welder tanks once that was added. 430 and the Centurion Mark 7 were my two most played tanks. My two favorites. He survived. You what? Okay. Well, we'll do the air-to-ground gun meme, I guess. It's not super effective on the Su-25, but you can kill them. Which you probably shouldn't be able to. Likewise with the fucking A-10 killing tanks. Shouldn't really happen. Our Clan Wars days predated those. Our Clan Wars days, I was mostly driving the T-54. It was me and, me, Unlucky, and McDeath in the T-54. Back when that was the top tier medium. McDeath was fucking good in that thing, too. Oh, hang on, is he... No, he's not burning, that's the guy behind him. I miss World of Tanks, honestly. Like, I had a lot of fun in that game. It was really frustrating at times, but I did have a lot of fun in that game, and I made some great friends in it. Like, if you took it for what it was, which was an arcadey tank shooting game, it was a lot of fun. It was never going to be a fucking simulator or something like that, you know? Which is also why I preferred it to War Thunder Ground Forces. It knew what it wanted to be. Whoop, that was not my best idea. It knew what it wanted to be, and that was a fun arcade game. Need to turn the volume back down a bit since I cranked it all the way there. Oh shit! Oh god, I pressed the wrong button. M1, cheers for gifting that sub. Appreciate it. Russia's largest natural gas field is on fire. Whoops. Now we play the fun game. Sabotage or incompetence? Each is equally as likely as the other. We did. Fucking NDP dominated in the early days of Clan Wars. Which is pretty funny considering it was originally an overflow clan for the other goon clans.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Might make one more pass on him. We still got plenty of gun ammo, it's just that against an M60 it's going to be very limited in effectiveness. And approaching from the rear, which is where he's going to be weakest, there's smoke blocking my vision. It's going to be annoying. No, an A10 style gun run would be much further out. Because the GAU 8 gives you that flexibility, you can fire from much further away. You probably won't get super accurate shots, but like this gun is so laser accurate, you've got to fly it in perfectly. And I'm not very good at that. I tend to be crabbing one way or the other because I'm very heavy-footed. Blue flotilla, huh? We might have to do some anti-ship in this thing. Take the fucking crayons out. Crayons are really good against ships. If you can hit them. Ooh. I think we scraped some paint off the belly there, but we got him. We fucking got him. Oh man, that was that was a late pullout. That's what she said.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Berwick, thanks for the follow. Good timing. Least suicidal gun run on a M60. Car 52, the one that collected bits of trees in its rocket pods, yeah. Oh shit, that's Beirut there. So we're actually in red territory now. Happy days. Oh my god, there's so many blues. Oh my lord, there's so many blues. Red team, help. Help, Red. Bat phone for reinforcements, please. Jesus fucking Christ. How? How? Like, look how outnumbered we are. Oh my god, I thought this was just a meme in the Discord, but it's actually real. Look at this. 3 reds against, like, God's entire supply of blue players. Fucking how are we pushing? What the fuck, Blue? How are you all so bad? Like, it's not even like they have an excess of cap. They don't. They've got an excess of Vigans. Like, if anything, they should be wrecking our industrials. Look at that, A10s, Vigans, like, holy fuck. We should have no frontline left. They've only got 2 F5s. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. Like, I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt before, but Jesus Christ, that's embarrassing. Can't find you because they keep seeing each other. Yep, on that blue 14 kill grind. Nope, this is a Su-25. Hey, Dr. Arcade. Good to see you. Do a bit of a intentional base to final overshoot here, so I can do a bit of an S-turn to get rid of some speed. A clean Su-25, even with the air brakes out, does not like to shed speed. This plane really, once it's clean, it's fast. People underestimate it a lot. The better A10, yeah, absolutely. This thing's a fucking monster. There are certain things about the A10 I like. Certain things about that I prefer to this. Or maybe not prefer, but I think they're more effective, shall we say? Even if they're less fun to use. But this is just so good. Jambon, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good question. I see Frog would be good because we could offset the damage they're going to be doing to our front line, but it's a target-rich environment. You might want to do 21, to be honest. Yeah, hop in the 21. I'll handle the front line, you handle everything else. Bitch, oh my god. If this isn't even a permanent fixture, I'm only keeping this because it's fucking winter and I need my insulation. Blue Rule Marines. Nah, like, the Marines are actually, like, pretty good at killing shit. That's one of the things they are good at. So I wouldn't say they're Crayon Eaters.
Last-ish. Not sure if anyone else is on this net but me.
Yeah, you got Circus 1-4 on net. I'm flying out of Beirut doing ground attack.
Ranger. I'll see if I can shoot him down with two R60s from the hand.
Yeah, I know, right? I want to get as many targets killed on the ground as possible as quickly as possible, so I can offset some of that blue stack, and then then we can start hunting. Oh, they're actually disconnecting. They're getting bored because they've got nothing to shoot at. Jesus Christ, the actual state of blue team. Don't have winter over there? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I mean, it's not as cold as you get, but we do get winter here, and for me, from somebody who is from Western Canada, from somebody who used to put up with -20 for months at a time when they were younger, I feel the cold here more than I felt the cold back home. Partly because back home everything's built for it, so the houses have proper insulation, you've got proper heating, you know, all the city infrastructure is built for it, you've got pedways and shit so you don't have to go outside if there's a blizzard. But here, it can be like 5 above, and I'm still cold. You know, last time we went home in winter, I was out, because it was kind of towards the end of winter when the snowmelt was happening, I was out in -5, -10, in just a shirt and jeans and maybe a normal lightweight jumper like this. Didn't bother me. Rockies to shield from wind. The Rockies are far enough to the west that they don't really cover Edmonton. They cover, well, they don't even really cover Calgary, because Calgary gets all sorts of weird shit like Chinooks and stuff. So they'll have random bouts of warm weather, or, you know, random cold snaps, just based on what the wind's doing. Edmonton doesn't get that. Edmonton's way out on the prairie, so whatever the weather wants to throw at it, it gets. And that frequently involves -20 right through to about so -50 there the other winter, I think, was the low point. but blue never wins. Blue win when red players go on vacation and do all the work for them. That's when blue wins. Like, when the fucking SimG guys fly blue, when I fly blue, when all the other red mains go fly blue, that's when they actually start either holding or actually winning. Like, it's just... Look at their team comp. Look at their team comp. And this isn't to say, like, these guys are individually bad players or whatever. These guys could be individually amazing, but they're not coordinating. And I can tell they're not coordinating because they're not winning. But, like, you got A10, 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 A10. That's what? Hang on. 4 A10s. Unless I missed one. 4 A10s. 4 A10s alone should be able to basically wipe Red's front line in the space of more or less an hour. Maybe less. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Vigans. Should all be hitting depots and industrial. We got a Huey. 2 Hueys. Should be doing troop drops. Like, there's no reason for them to be behind us on points. None at all. That should never ever happen when you've got a player stack like they have. Like, there's... I don't understand, dude. I don't understand. No, Gun, I haven't finished it yet. You didn't see it, but Blue Chat a few days ago has been called Red Team Chat number 2. Yes. I love it. I just realized I never actually asked the ground crew to rearm me. I guess the fucking meth hasn't kicked in yet, so I don't want 100% fuel. What am I doing? Give me gun ammo, give me countermeasures, give me S13s. Fucking Mavericks! Fucking Mavericks. You wouldn't know they have any air-to-ground weapons other than fucking Mavericks. Look at that, BRDM with a Maverick. My brother in Christ, you use your Mavericks on the air defense to clear the entire front line of air defense, right? That's what you use Mavs for. You then come back with the gun and with rock eyes and just carpet everything else, because nothing else there can really hurt you unless you fly into it. Favorite plane for multiplayer? MiG-21. The MiG-21's my favorite module in the game. There's a lot wrong with it, but it's still my favorite. It's just so much fun to fly. It looks amazing. It sounds, with the sound mod, mind you. The default sounds are kind of crappy, but with the sound mod, it sounds so good. Red Orders are all about... To be fair, this loadout I run with the S13s is a bit min-max. It's about as close to min-max as I usually get, but yeah. Like, red min-maxing is figuring out effective loadouts and just rolling with that. Blue min-maxing is figuring out the exact timing on industrial strikes using the, or abusing the Vigans broken flight model to get a huge point advantage at the start of every round. That's blue min-maxing, compared to red min-maxing, which is, oh, S13s are cool, let's just use those. Too much blue coat for red chat number 2. Oh, that is fucking beautiful. I love that. I might have to jump back into the blue channel if that keeps up. The reason I left the blue channel was because I got so fucking sick and tired of reading the same blue coat day in, day out. Oh, the Hind. Oh, the Hind is so unfair. Oh, the R60 is too good. Oh, this, that. Oh, the MiG-21 carries 8 missiles. Oh, like, bro, fuck off. Just gets exhausting to read people making excuses for their bad play all day. I know I'm being toxic as hell here, but honestly, I'm at the point where I don't care. Like, I've tried to help people, I've tried to be nice about it, they don't want it, so, you know, whatever. And I'm currently banking my missile stats, so the next time someone complains at me about how bad their air-to-air missiles are, I can wave 100% hit rate in their face. I'm 100%... I think the hit rate's not accurate, because the hit rate, I think, counts shrapnel damage as well, so if it detonates on a flare behind them, it still counts. But kill rate, particularly for the AIM-9Ps and the R3Rs, because those are almost always one-hit kills, I'm at about 50% kills for my AIM-9P5s, I think it's 51%, and for the R3R, I'm at about 30% for that kill rate. 30% kill rate on the R3R is fucking good. Honestly, fucking good. It's bad for blue team because it means they're dumb enough to fly into them still, but I'm pretty happy with that. If one will shut you Reds up, don't worry. Well, I'm not going to know, because I'm going to be flying the F1 myself when it comes out. I'm sure Blue's going to stack horribly when it does come out, but I'll be one of the few people who will still be flying the F1 3 weeks later. Because when the F1 comes out, Blue Team will learn it barely has more thrust-to-weight ratio than the F5. It has quite vicious stall and spin characteristics. You know, worse than what they already say is too much on the Tomcat. It's the only thing I think really where it's going to truly shine is the sustained turn rate. I suspect that's going to be really good. By really good, I mean like as good as or slightly better than the MiG-19 or this thing. But instantaneous turn, probably not much different from a 21, maybe even worse. Obviously acceleration's going to be... Well, acceleration will be interesting, because it's a pretty clean aircraft aerodynamically, but it doesn't have any power. So we'll see how we go, but... So toxic is call sign is super fund. I should do that. I should set it super fund one of these days. Honestly, if you don't have all the modules already, or you're kind of indecisive about what to get, standalone isn't bad because you have that free trial. I will say that for it. Now, having said that, as someone who owns most of the modules and pretty much all the ones I want, and I know what modules I want when they come out, and also someone who, you know, has the ability to test things anyway, I prefer the Steam client because it's just... I use Steam for everything else, so it's easier for me, and the downloads are faster. The standalone updater can be really fucking slow at times. Still buy on Steam and play on standalone? Oh, really? So it goes from Steam to standalone, but not the other way around. Interesting. Did you get South Atlantic? No. I'm going to wait and see where they go with that. If it improves, you know, fairly significantly, or the price comes down significantly, I will probably pick it up then. But I have tested it out and done a bit of a fly around on it. And yeah, like at the moment it needs a lot of work. There are some areas of the map which look pretty nice, but as soon as you get out of them, you can see that like whole areas of the map were just... Nobody's really done any handwork on them yet, it's all just procedural stuff. And it needs a lot of TLC. I think it has potential, it just needs a lot of work. Any tips on how to get into DCS? Don't be intimidated by the control bindings. There's a lot to bind up, but it is worth it. DCS has the best control binding system of any sim in existence because you can bind for individual aircraft. If you don't remember what something does, you go into the binding menu and press the button and it will jump to the function it's bound to. It's fucking excellent. The only complaint I have is it doesn't let me double bind things. I need a modifier to do that. There are certain things I'd like double bound, but I just can't. FC3, I do recommend people picking up. So FC3 is absolutely worth getting. I just realized I'm taking off with damage, but that's fine. It's flyable, I'm not leaking anything, so I don't really care. Yeah, FC3 is definitely something everyone should own, but I actually go against the grain and don't recommend it for new players, because it kind of gives you a bad first perspective of what DCS is all about. The systems work 100% perfectly, there's not really any depth to them, and, you know, you're just doing everything through keybinds. So I'd recommend MiG-19, MiG-21, F5. Any one of those three, or all of them, as your initial module. If you're new to flight simming, you're not, so if you want to get the Hornet or something like that, go right ahead. If you do want to fly the modern Soviet stuff, then I would pick up FC3 since that's the only way you can fly it at the moment. Or you can wait for the full fidelity MiG-29, which is probably a year or 3 away. Need a little more power. Came off the throttle a bit early there. The guns on the F1 will be fucking amazing. Defas are such good guns. It's what gets me, Tycho, is the way that Blue seems to have... Now, again, I'm obviously hugely red biased, so take this with a grain of salt. This is probably just me being toxic, but what gets me is the way that Blue seems to have... At least certain parts of Blue. Like, the majority of Blue Team, let's be straight here, the majority of Blue Team don't actually talk that much on Discord, and either aren't, you know, they don't have issues with the way the game plays, or if they do, it's just something they heard off someone else and they're repeating what they heard. But there's a very vocal minority of Blue players who have adopted the victim mindset, that everything's against them, everything's, red biased, everything's... Blue has all these difficulties to work through to get anything done, and it's like, my brother in Christ, that's the mindset Red has always had, because Red players have grown up fighting fucking spam rams in the MiG-21. Like, before Alpen's server, before this server, if you were a MiG-21 pilot and you wanted to get your PvP fix, you were in 104th getting shot at by fucking AMRAMs. Like, Red players have that kind of mentality and that chip on their shoulder, but it's for a reason. But seeing Blue players start to develop it, just because they're in a server where they can't use their spam rams or their fucking JSOWs or whatever shit like that, or they get a couple of mavs taken off the Vigan because it only ever carried 2 in service. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're not hard done by. Shut up. Get good at the game. If like, the people involved spent half as much time practicing and learning the game as they did complaining in Discord about how hard their lives are, Red would never win another round. Red would never win another fucking round. Even with all the experience Red players have. Like, Blue have such a technological edge, even in this server where that's been reduced as much as possible, that if they were actually any good at the game, we should not be able to win against them. And yet we do, routinely. The campaign outcomes are pretty balanced. Having said that, the campaign outcomes are pretty balanced. Red and Blue win about the same number of missions each. But yeah, like, Blue players seem to have this, or again, a subset of Blue players seem to have this impression that Blue always loses and they can't ever win. I don't know, dude. Like, when I first started playing DCS really heavily, I was, like, jokingly toxic. I just, for a laugh, like, haha, you suck, whatever. The kind of, normal smack talk you'd expect from somebody that mostly played FPSs while they were waiting for their new HOTAS. But yeah, like, playing DCS, particularly Cold War, for extended periods has turned me into a bitter, embittered, there we go, got there in the end, embittered, jaded asshole, who will unironically sit here and say shit like this, because it's just, like, I see it getting proven again and again, and I don't want to see it get proven. I want to help people learn. Like, that's why I will tell Blue players, like, nah, bro, you're doing it wrong. This is Red's actual weakness, this is how you exploit it, this is when you exploit it, do that, you will win. I tell them this shit. I will actively tell people stuff that makes the game harder for me, because I want to see them get better. I want to see them improve at the game. I want to see them feel good about themselves because they were able to do something that they thought was impossible a week ago. That's what you do. You try and raise people up. You don't sit there and fucking piss and moan about shit. And yeah, I might have a pretty brash and obnoxious way of doing it, but I am trying to fucking help people get better at the game so that they can sit there and think like, oh wow, like, look at all this shit that I've learned to do that I never could have never thought I could have done before. Because that's what happened with me. There was all this shit that I thought I couldn't do, like fighting against fucking AMRAMs in Red Force stuff. I was sure the AMRAM was busted and it was impossible to defend against, and fuck AMRAMs and all this shit. Then I actually learned how to defend against missiles, and holy fuck. Suddenly I could go on GS and waste half of Blue Team's supply of missiles without getting hit. Suddenly I could go on GS and actually kill people. Like, it's... Everyone, I get it, everyone initially feels like, oh, I can't possibly be this bad at the game, it's everyone else that's the problem, like, everything else is broken, it's not me. I get it, we've all been there, me included. But, you know, like, you've got to snap out of that sooner or later. And until you do snap out of that, you will never actually be good. You'll never actually get good. And getting good is what everyone should be aiming for. Like, even if you're a casual player that only hops on here to de-stress for a couple hours of a week after work, that's fine. Like, that's cool. Don't feel like you have to bust out the fucking TACMANs and start learning correct Air Force procedures and shit, you know? But just little things, like little things you can practice in 5 minutes in an afternoon, can go a long way to helping you improve at the game and get better at it. And then you can teach that to someone else. And so on and so forth. Hello. Either snap out of it or snap out of the game, yeah. And that's, to be fair, that's always been my attitude. I was like that in fucking World of Tanks too. Oh god, I was a nightmare in World of Tanks, dude. I was so fucking toxic. But it was the same as here. Like, I was toxic because I wanted to help people get better, and it just really frustrated me to see people sitting there wallowing in self-pity. You know, I get there are certain things that some people just, for whatever reason, can't do. It's you know, it's a game, it's not real life, but there are parallels to real life. Some people just really struggle with some things, and they need all the extra help they can get. You know, more than a lot of people, I'm aware of that. But there are still things you can do to help them get around that, or at least help them feel better about their capability. Vulcan's still up. How hard is it to angle in World of Tanks? You would be surprised. I actually met a guy in World of Tanks once, and I was like, he was moving, and then he would stop and turn his turret, then he'd move and stop and turn his turret again. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, I only have one arm, dude. I'm an amputee. I was like, oh, shit. So then I was like, well, how can I help this guy, like, you know, improve his gameplay when he's only got one arm to work with? I was like, you know, have you considered picking up, like, a pair of pedals or something and use them to drive the tank? And then you can use your, you know, your good arm on your mouse to aim the turret, so you can still drive and aim at the same time. You know, there's still things you can do. And actually, Jammer from IL-2, the guy that decided to uplift me from my pitiful state when I first started playing Battle of Stalingrad, Jammer does that kind of thing. He tries to figure out ways that disabled people can play flight sims and stuff. That's why he was able to help me with my really shitty, noisy rudder pedals at first, is because he had this script going, which was intended to be used with either really bad, noisy sensors, or people who have trouble giving precise inputs. Like, it's a thing used to smooth out inputs if you're, you know, say if you've got, like, Parkinson's or something and you can't hold the stick steady. Do you have the meds already? Yes, I took them before the stream started. I don't know. I am playing DCS and I'm streaming, so maybe I won't notice it as much myself, but, like, I don't know if I feel like my chain of, or my thought process has changed. I'm too close for this. That was really risky and stupid. Please tell me I at least hit it. Okay, we're one engine, we're going to get rid of the excess pods, the empty ones. Oh, I did get him. Thank fuck. By the way, Super, this is the same singer as Hallelujah. May find gold. I wish she'd done the whole song in Hebrew, it sounds a lot cooler. This was, it's from fucking Eurovision 2014, I think? 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. There were about 2 or 3 F5s Plus Vigans that seem to be doing air-to-air. Dead.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Menticap.tv. I'm sure I just butchered your name, but thanks for the follow. I'm trying to read it off my phone screen at an angle because the alerts only come up on my phone. Appreciate it though. I hope you're enjoying the show, and welcome to the stream. S5s are kind of shit. I'm gonna be real with you. Oh, I do have a fuel leak, I think. Fuck. I am not sure we're gonna make it, bros. No, we're not gonna make it. Well, we'll try and head north, and hopefully end up on the red side of the front line. Is that a fucking airfield? That is a fucking airfield, but I do not have the speed to get there. If I belly close enough to it, it should count as a landing. I feel like that radius is too large, to be honest. I feel like it needs to shrink a bit. We're gonna jet the R60s just in case. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have the speed. I'm gonna have the speed to make it. This is either the absolute front line of red, or it's the absolute front line of blue. I think this is a red airfield. We'll find out if it shoots at us. Next hardware you're thinking about getting? I'm not sure, to be honest. I've been kind of toying with the idea of a throttle quadrant for when I fly multi-engine piston stuff, but that's probably pretty far in the future, especially depending how my income goes for the next little while. Fingers crossed there's enough pressure in the hide system for the gear to come down and still give me some flight controls. There's not enough pressure for the gear to come down. Okay, that's fine. If only the emergency gear system worked in the FC3 shit. Just got to clear the fence, which we will do easily. Oh, I think my wheels did come partially down. They're probably partly collapsed. Yeah, they are, because there goes the nose. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I can't control F11 out of the aircraft anymore, that's right. But yeah, I mean, we're not burning. We could actually repair. Okay. Okay. We're doing it. Oh, yeah, right. That seems like it's kind of broken as well, to be honest. Like, that seems really abusable. Yeah, the mains came partly out and then collapsed. If I move the camera a little closer. Yeah. Not bad, though. Not bad. Yeah, I know about those too. Those change the field of view. Same as the cockpit views. Oh shit, I forgot about the blue boats. Oh well. How's the front line go? If blue have not recovered some front line here, I'm gonna fucking shit myself laughing. How? How are they still behind on points? How are they still behind on points? How are they this bad? What the fuck, cunt? I don't believe it. I honestly don't believe it. Fucking hell. They have Mavericks! They have fucking Mavericks! A10, take off. You can take six Mavs on the A10, because that's not restricted. You can take 6. 6 Mavs. Fucking up you go. Ripple off 6 Mavs at your fucking air defense. Air defense is all down. Come in with the gun. Finish off whatever is still up. Rock eye some stuff. Like, in the A10, when I fly on here, my loadout is 4 Mavs, so I'm not min-maxing too hard. 4 Mavs, all rock eyes, and then 2 sidewinders for self-defense. And that can kill, like, 3 or 4 separate frontline groups. Use the Mavs to take out the air defense, then use the rock eyes to cluster as, you know, large groups of units, and then use the gun on everything else. It is! It really is, Tycho. It's depressing. 2 Mavs in big and red bias. Yeah, I know, right? If only they lost their wingtip RB24s as well. I would kill to see them lose their wingtip RB24s because, oh my god, the salt would be unreal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. PVO boys woke up, which is not a good sign for me. It means somebody's about to fuck with me. Is that F5? Yep. Bro, what is our air defense doing? How is it that bad? Okay, I think we're fully repaired. Yes, we are, because the aircraft reset state back to cold and dark. We're going to have to sit still on the runway for a couple minutes just to let the nav system realign. And then we are going to have to go straight to air-to-air mode, because we're going to need to be self-defense on takeoff. Let me just switch over my radio so I can talk to Overlord. I'm using text as much as possible, but I do want to be able to actually speak to... Oh fuck, I can't tune that one down. Let's go 2.6. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 5. So I'll have it actually speak to me when they get close. I'll have a text call out at 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, I could not find you.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 5. It'll set it at like 10 because it's minimum 5 miles, I think.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, merge calls only.
Why is there so much dead fucking space on the end of that song? I need to find a version that doesn't have that. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Hopefully that F5's fucked off.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 143, 19, 1700, Hot, Tiger 2, 3 shipboard hog.
You what? Okay. Probably gonna need to jettison my S13s right away. Fuck the nav system. If these fuckers make me jettison my shit, they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out what you get when you mess with the frog. Seem a lot happier than last stream. I'm on drugs of the legal variety, so I'm probably a little more energetic than usual. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 146, 11, 1700, Hot, Tiger 2, Warthog.
Fuck yes.
Circus 1-4, merged, 165, 1,400. Warthog.
It's quite high. I don't see him though. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 2-1-1. 1,300. Hot. Warthog.
There you are. There's the F5 as well. No, that's a 21. Okay, well, we'll keep you busy for my MiG-21 friend. Kill him! Kill him! Get fucked! Why are you dogfighting with all your stores on, bro? What are you doing, bro? Jettison your shit. I'm out of flares already. Oops. Control W, pro tip for any aspiring blues out there. Control W jettisons your fucking out-of-ground stores. Bye-bye! Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Where's that fucking F5?
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 094. 11. 1,600. Drag northeast. 2-ship Warthog.
Okay, well, they're not F5s, but I'll take them. I have been angered. I have jettisoned my air-to-ground stores. I am now a fighter. Fucking try me, blue team. Fucking try me.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 058. 1,700. Warthog.
Why are they so high up? Oh!
Other Hans, JUN is dead.
I see missile trails.
The valley to the south is pretty much dead. There is some targets up on the mountain to the southeast. I blew over them and then they gunned down my engines and my pods.
There's the 21.
1-4. Merged. 053. 1,800.
164
Warthog.
for 20 kilometers.
No, there's the A-10. There's the other A-10. We'll circle back and see if that hit him in a minute. Wait for a clear shot once I'm out of terrain.
131. 5,700. Tiger 2.
Kinda wish I'd saved that for the Tiger, but whatever. See ya! Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I think that other Warthog went down too.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 282. 2,800. Flank northeast. Tiger 2.
He's pretty high up. Probably above me still. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Helps him out.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 159. 3. 2,800. Flank northwest. Tiger 2.
Uh-huh. Hey, bud. What's doing, champ? Come here. You're next. Don't be afraid, little F5. I don't even have any missiles left. Yes. Come to Papa. Really? You're gonna one-circle me? If you insist. That was off target. Way off target. Oh, why do they do this? Why do they get slow? Too low. I need to aim better. Oh, the MiG-21's on him too. Oh, he's so slow. He's probably going to stall into terrain if he keeps that up. He's gonna go right. No, he's gonna keep turning left. Somebody else merged. Probably another Tiger. Is that it? Yeah, that's an L39. Disregard me. Everyone wants this guy. The Tiger has better instantaneous turn than the Su-25, so he can pull his nose better than me. But it's not going to help him. See you later. Mess with the frog, you end up in the bog. That will be a highlight, I think. We gotta taunt them now. The meds are working. We've got a new side effect to add to, was it lisdexamphetamine? We've got a new side effect to add. It makes you a fucking murder machine in the Su-25 apparently. That's our defense. Is that friend? Oh yeah, there's our field. Hey Sharko. I bet you loved watching that. Do not tell your psychiatrist that Dexter makes you a murder machine. Yeah, I could perhaps word that better. I could definitely word that better. Oh my god, even the... Wait. Jesus Christ, even the PVO boys are scoring. Even the PVO's getting in on this. He just bagged an A10. That's what my sister calls being put on a mental health hold. Grippy sock jail. Holy shit, Floyd. Thanks for gifting those subs, man. Fuck. Appreciate it, brother. Where'd the runway go? There it is. Agtus, thanks for the resub as well. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I know, right? Like I said, I want to help them get better, but, you know, if it takes being on the wrong end of a fucking Gesha 30, so be it. Been groping actual Vigans and Drakens today. Oh, nice. Very nice. How could I not be great? Man, next time I get across to Europe, whenever the fuck that is, next year, hopefully, I need to swing by Sweden. I got some friends to visit, and I got some planes to grope. To help them get better by letting them know they're bad as a start. Oh, believe me, I have been. World War III next year? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, but I hope not. Especially since a lot of shit I want to see is in the areas that will be directly affected by World War III. And several of my friends will probably be fucking conscripted on both sides. Really don't want World War III. She really doesn't want to get rid of this speed. We might need to do some side slip. Or forward slip action, as the case may be, to get rid of this excess speed. Actually, no, that's perfect. 400? 350? That's perfect. That was enough. That was enough. Now we just got to keep the approach steady. Turns out I'm better at Vigoning than the simulator people at the museum, but flying with the actual hardware was 10 out of 10. That'd be so awesome to actually fly with the hardware. The closest I've come was flying with just like an X-52 setup on Flight Simulator fucking 9, but sitting in an ejection seat. That's the closest I've come so far. But actually, in a full-on simulator would be amazing.
Смотри экран.
Isn't it funny how little's changed since this song was written in the 60s? Well, actually, no. A lot changed, and then it went backwards. You can never rest once you've fucking fought for something, my guys. Once you fucking get what you want, you gotta keep fighting for it.
Celebration time.
Celebration indeed. Somebody holding short. Oh, it's the 21. Oh, that's you? Was that you in that big fucking furball as well? Sorry, I may have edged you out of a kill there. I had the bloodlust. They made me jettison my rockets. You know what happens when they make me jettison my rockets. I lose control. Oh, absolutely, Anctus, please do. Any museums you guys go to, please do spam pictures of them in the Discord. It may be a couple months before I get around to seeing them at this rate, because I'm so far behind, but I will see them eventually. And certainly everyone else will appreciate them too. Taxi over and park up, rearm, refuel. How's the front line looking? Bro, they're still behind. We're not going to have enough to push, but look at the attrition and look how far behind they are on points. There's no reason for that when they outnumber us. We're starting to get more reds on, but like they outnumbered us so badly for so long, there's no reason that they should be that far behind. I really don't understand what the fuck they're doing over there on blue. I almost wonder, this is a bong hit theory here, but I almost wonder if because they're so obsessively using fucking Mavericks, you know, they're taking 6, launch and leave, take 6, launch and leave, I bet you that's actually slower if you average it out than if you take 4, like I do. Take 4, pop the air defense, rock eye gun. I bet you they're actually slower because they're just going back once they've spent their mavs. They're not hanging around and actually finishing off the front line positions. Don't have the Pepsi skin? No, I'm sorry. I don't have it yet. I'm gonna have to grab it later. I think there's a Bunny Fighter skin for the 21 as well, which is really good. I need to make sure I've got that. Cheers. Millen Historical? Yeah, chuck it in there. I'm like 3 months behind in that channel, because it moves so fast and I've just been busy, but I will catch up to it. I really wish Discord would add a bookmark feature where you can drop a pin on a specific message and come back to it whenever you want to. That would make it so much easier for like dipshits like me that insist on reading through everything, because whenever Discord loads the chat, it jumps back to, like, it can't load all of it, it'll jump back to a certain position, it'll go no further, so I lose my place. I have to do a lot of scrolling, and I'm not a fan of that. No, I know they're using mavs on anything pink cube, that's what they always do. Blue players will use mavs on the first target they see. And so we had this situation on Alpins during the Eye for an Eye special mission, which is the one where I nuked Kassab. The final blue objective was to wipe out all our Scud launchers. It was like an entire fucking battalion of Scud launchers in parade formation on a salt pan. It was like the easiest target on Earth. But he forgot to give them the multiple launchers for the mavs, so they only had 4 mavs per F-16. And so they turn up with their 4 mavs per, and they spend them all on the Scud launchers, and not a single one of the Shilkers was hit by a Mav. So there were like 5 Shilkers covering this entire fucking parade formation of Scuds. They shot all of their Mavs at the Scuds, most of them hit, not all of them even, but most of them hit. And then they had to fly around trying to gun the remaining launchers as the Shilkers just fucking clowned on them. And the Shilkers at that point were being directly controlled by me, Tau, and no, Tau was blue, I think, but he was flying a Hornet. So it was me, APOC, Warp, I think, was driving one. Like, it was just ridiculous. It was fucking ridiculous.
199, 15, 1900, hot, Warthog.
Yeah, the Egyptians put the 9p on their 21s.
Overlord, Bra, 198, 14,
What color are your eyes?
1700, hot, Warthog.
I know what this is for, so I don't want to answer that question. But just because I'm at the point where I fuck it, my dignity's down the toilet anyway. They're like greyish blue, like a really dark grey. Don't click on the message that Ross is replying to unless you want Discord to jump back in time 9 days. I think the longest I've replied something on delay was like 3 or 4 months, which is going to be happening in the Mill History channel when I finally catch up to it. If Stalker 2 comes out, World War 3 can happen. No, because the Su-15 module, we've got to get fucking laser scans of a Su-15 and a Yak-28 before that happens. No World War 3 until I get my Su-15. And ideally just no World War 3, please. Like, seriously. I'm over the whole World War thing. Yeah, it's bizarre, Tycho. It's really weird. It's like they treat every target like just something that sits there on the range and won't shoot back at them. And then when it does, they're caught by surprise. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, now I can tell them to rearm me because my engines are off.
Dog 1-1, threat, Bra,
I really wish you didn't have to wait for the engines to spool down in this, because they spool down so slowly. Takes forever. So what are we
Dog
sitting
1-1,
at?
merge, 007, 2100, begin.
What's that? 2 sorties? 3 sorties. Just saying. 2 128? I'd love a 128. I kind of feel like maybe in the future in DCS they'll work out well, but I kind of feel like particularly the 128 and things like the MiG-25 would be better in MizFiz for now, just because, you know, they have long range, the 25's really fast, whatever. I feel like they're better in that until we get the full world in DCS. When we get the full world in DCS, then yeah, sure, but... Like, even the Su-15, I want it in DCS, at least as an AI, but I almost feel like I'd rather have a flyable one in MizFiz, just for the time being.
Overlord, Bra, 131, 9, 1100, hot, begin.
When? What do you mean? Like, when are we getting the full world? I don't know. When Hell freezes over, probably. The fucking Asars are claiming some victims today. Impressive. Oh, think you mean if? Yeah, probably. Want to drop nukes on Denmark? I want the nuke to actually be a proper nuke.
Dog 1-1, shopping.
Really want to clown on their mad buses?
Dog 1-1, overlord,
Maybe.
Bra, 265,
Maybe.
69,
A little bit.
1800, hot, 2-ship Warthog.
This was another one of those songs that I had to pull from the original playlist because it was getting the videos blocked globally on YouTube. I love this song. I missed it so much. Yeah, I don't know how ED's going to go about doing a whole world thing. Like, the only way I could see it working is a streaming service like what Microsoft uses for for MizFiz. And I don't know if ED's got the money or the infrastructure for that. Like, even the MizFiz servers take a dump regularly, so I don't know how that's going to work. maybe if they do the whole world in lower detail and then have the DCS maps be like high detail areas, but you know, like I don't know. Still not a fan of that approach, and it still takes up too much hard drive space. Like, you can imagine if you have 10 or 12 DCS maps, you're already looking at a 2 terabyte fucking drive just for DCS.
Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, bogeyed up.
Dog 1-1. Overlord.
Find my trim.
Raw. 169. 28. 600. Beam northeast.
There we go.
Warthog.
Yeah. No, I know. Oh, it's a banana boy. Oh, we got Tempest on as well. Find the 21. Look out, blue. Oh, blue bombers are up too.
Dog 1-1.
Dog 1-1,
Red.
bogeyed up.
Warthog. 146. 20. 900. Flank northeast. Warthog.
Yeah,
1-1.
agreed, Cube. Like, when I was flying the A10 on blue, I was getting minimum of 10 per sortie.
Warthog.
Usually closer to 20 or 25. Like, it's so easy in the A10. The only risk in the A10 is either you just get unlucky and get sniped by a shilker, usually from the target next to the one you're attacking, or you get deleted by a fucking fighter. In fact, when I was flying the A10, it was even harder because they still had the fucking S60s on every second target.
133.
They've removed the heavy caliber AAA from a lot of the targets now, so it should be fucking easy. Like, effortless.
Raw. 173. 11. 600. Beam northeast. Warthog.
I might need to. We'll see how we go.
Overlord, Vampire 1-1, set to flyer, 10-20.
Vampire 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 1,020 kilometers.
I may have underestimated the amount of runway I need here. Oh no, we're good. We're good. Got a little bit of spare.
Dog 1-1. Merged. 216. 700. Warthog.
Oh, dude, the fucking A10. A single A10, if it's allowed to get to an industrial, will wipe the entire industrial.
Set to flyer, 20.
Or the depot. Like, depots are one sortie targets. Yeah, definitely.
Vampire 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
If you carry the big bombs on the A10, the industrials are 1 or 2 sortie target as well. Like, it's just ridiculous. The only 2 bad things with the A10 are it's slow as fuck, and also it doesn't get, I don't remember if it carries Zunis, but, like, it doesn't really have anything to compete directly with this. But it doesn't need something to compete directly with this, because it gets fucking cluster bombs. And Mavs. Mavs being the big part of that. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dirt.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 145. 41. 800. Hot. Warthog.
Oh, that's the big boy Sam coverage. That should be interesting. Oh, it has folding fin air rockets and hydras. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, you do get pretty substantial bombs on it, though, and it has, like, fucking dead accurate CCIP, so that's all you really need. Yeah. Well, that happens on Red, too, to be fair. Like, one of my more hilarious depot runs in this, and I wish that the track file had saved properly so I could get some fucking screenshots from it. I don't think I streamed it. I can't remember. But I got a Su-25 to a depot and cleared a depot and a half by myself. I was on 1 engine and out of ammo, even gun ammo, and I kept getting attacked by F5s and Vigans, and I scared them away just with no weapons. Like, I maneuvered so threateningly that they panicked and ran, and I maneuver killed one of them. Like, it was just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, we got a target there that there's a hind working on. There's Egg. Oh, we got an A10 inbound. Egg can deal with that one. I don't want to drop my stores. It's still pretty far out. 15 Ks for an A10. It'll take him a while to cover. Hey, Heinbro. Have you... Okay, yeah, he's... I think he's good to finish that. Just need to make sure he finishes the outpost too. I think he has. Those concrete road outposts, a lot of people miss them. They won't shoot them for whatever reason. Oh, Egg's already killed somebody. Jesus. Wait, no, that wasn't Egg. Somebody else did it. He just flew over there to help, I guess. Oh, shit! It's Mother Goat. People who were into Halo back in the, like, when it was in its prime in the late 2000s might recognize this. I was on a nostalgia trip the other day, so I added a bunch of Mother Goat songs to the playlist. Oh, hello! Hello there! They've changed the formation of them, I think. I can't tell which one's the Vulcan at this point. I think it's the big fat guy up the back is the Vulcan. This is going to be a little sketch because of the hills. It's going to fuck with my slant range unit, but we'll try it. It's going to be hard to keep an eye on them too because they're in that little gully there, or like in the saddle of that hill. So we might need to do this by eye if the laser's not going to play nice with us and the slant range unit's going to bounce around. Remember, you don't just need the laser for a good range find, you need the slant ranger as well. So that's why sometimes you get bouncing even with the laser on. That's the Vulcan. Took a few hits there, but I think we're okay. I hit him. Good. Do you ever stream the Pelican on Misfits? No, not yet. To be honest, like, it's cool that they added the Pelican. I just really wish they'd added the, you know, the Bungie Halo version with the tandem cockpit. Because the side-by-side cockpit's kind of shit. You can't see anything out of it. And, the flight models, like, it could be better. I mean, it's a sci-fi fucking dropship. I get that it's not going to fly like a fucking Cessna or whatever, but it just doesn't feel as alive as I'd like it to. So I like flying alongside Pelicans. I like it when somebody brings it to fly along with me, but I don't really enjoy flying it myself as much, if that makes any sense at all. Oh, look at them all grouped up there. I think I took some fucking fragments off my own rockets there. But that's another frontline position deleted. I think that's all of them dead. Oh no, single M60 still up. So we'll try and get behind him and gun him if we can. I'll make a fairly steep dive in. I've just got to remember I'm diving into a mountain, so we'll pull out a little earlier than usual. That's what she said. This is another song that ages very well. I didn't know I was going to run into tanks, so the S-13s are more flexible. I'll bring the S-25s specifically if I know I'm attacking tanks or bunkers, but if it's mixed targets like that, or if I don't know what I'm going to face, I'll just take the S-13s. So usually I'll go back for... Oh, you... Never mind. Murder mode engaged. Like, if I need to go back to a target because it had bunkers or tanks, I'll pick up the S-25s then. I'm probably wittier on the meds, because I can actually maintain some sort of train of thought, I guess. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Sack XX. Overlord.
Sack?
I could not fully
Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
205. Merged. 205.
I see ya.
1200. Warthog. Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 213. 5. 1200. Flag north. Warthog.
Nice dodge. Guns it is. Ah, suck shit. Okay, now we get the finisher.
Circus 1-4.
Uh-oh.
Merged. 186. 1100. Warthog.
Never mind. You okay there, bro? No, he's punched out. Oh, that went right past my canopy. That went for a flare. Fuck, I barely got away with that. That was a 9p5. Oh, oopsies. We'll stay above him. If he gets slow to try pull the nose for a shot on me, Egg will just fucking delete him. Like so. Oh, did someone get a boo-boo? Did someone get a boo-boo? Oh, poor Diddums. Hey, we work really well together, Egg. We should do this more often. Bye-bye.
Vampire 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 109. 70. 1200.
Okay, now we RTB.
Flag north. Warthog.
I love this plane so much. I actually think I've flown this more than I've flown anything else in this server combined at this point. It's just so fun. Get immense joy out of shooting A-10s? I think everyone does, yeah. Satisfying as fuck.
Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
Southwest, he's maybe RTB, so it's probably not a good idea to chase him, since I'm guns only. We'll just RTB. Yeah, okay. Egg's heading home, so we'll go home as well. I will say, I've noticed it's a lot quieter in my head, so normally, even when I'm streaming with you guys, I don't know if you've noticed, I'll like, kind of be sitting here zoned out, staring at nothing in particular. My head is like a fucking riot, like there's shit going in circles and I can't hear myself think. I can hear myself think now. Like, I can read chat, I can focus on flying, like, there's no background noise. It's nice. It's like I've achieved Zen. Well, no, it's like I'm not fucking schizophrenic, I don't think. I don't hear voices. I hear my own voice, like my own voice narrating my thoughts, but I don't, you know, like I'm having conversations with myself in my head, kind of. Yeah, we'll see how we go at work. So I don't know if they're going to want me back at the motel, and to be fair, I'm going to have to find something different sooner or later anyway, even if they cater to the hours I want. But we'll see how we go. Ideally, I want a new job, and ideally I want to go back and study. If this actually helps me be able to sit down and study and focus, I want to go back and study. I want to finish my fucking diploma. I want to go to uni, get a degree in social work, and then try and help other people. Because I've seen enough of the system from both sides, as a client and as somebody that was, you know, studying to get into it, that I have a pretty good idea how it doesn't work. I have achieved several epiphanies, regarding not just how how my brain works, but I think certain aspects of mental health in general over the past few days, so I feel like I'd be pretty well placed to help other people. The issue is just, even with the meds, I doubt I'll be able to study and work at the same time, so I'll have to see if I can get some sort of, like, what I had before, basically, where I was getting not quite a student allowance, but I was getting something effectively similar to a student allowance to study it. I think social work, they will actually help out with that, because they need a lot more social workers than they have, unsurprisingly. Want you to be an ecologist? I wouldn't mind being an ecologist, honestly. Like, I fucking love bugs and critters and deep sea creatures, all sorts of things. That is something I'm interested in. There's so many things I'm interested in, but I don't know if I could study them and make them a job. Aviation, obviously. I don't know if I could make a job out of that, but I love it. Urban planning, ecology for sure. Like, there's just architecture, there's so many different things that I'm interested in. But we'll see. We will see how I go. But this is a good sign. The fact I can actually sit here and think, and I can maintain a train of thought. Like, I don't know if maybe I'm doing it and I'm just not noticing, but I feel like I'm not veering off course in discussion as much. Like, you know, the classic Ross thing of start talking about something, an hour later we're talking about something completely different. I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? I don't think that's happened so far today. Which, on the one hand, it's nice to be able to switch topics like that, because I can cover a lot of stuff in a very short amount of time, but I'm also not losing track of what I'm thinking about. Like, I'm not losing track of my place. Which is, it's good. Feels good. And this is only off the minimum dose of that, so they're starting me on, was it 30 milligrams or something, with a maximum of 70? 30 might be enough. 30 might actually be enough. I might not need to bump it up at all. We'll see how we go for the next few days. Blue bombers. Someone needs to intercept those. Egg, do you want to do bomber duty for a while? I'll just fly my own cap.
81, 900, drag west, Warthog.
High energy feeling kind of wears the more you're on the pills. It's like the energy, I don't care. If I lose a bit of the energy I've got now, that's okay. The focus is what I want. I don't really need the energy. I just need the focus.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 227, 83, 900, drag west, Warthog.
Imagine landing on the fucking center line. Can't even. Centerline's more of it. Yeah, it is. It's... Look, anywhere on the runway is fucking good enough. But it's also very on-brand for me to be incapable of staying in the center of something. Miss me with that centrism bullshit.
Dog 1-1 shopping.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 213, 60, 1300, due northwest, Warthog.
R530 is going to be such memes. Fired it from 1100 and only getting 600 kilometers an hour by the time the rocket burned off. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I might have to... So you're just editing the lure files, right? I might have to try that later. That sounds like it could yield some interesting knowledge.
Vampire 1-1.
Mum's sending me a meds reminder. Trust me, Mum, I remember. I took them already. Time to taste my bread. Oh, homemade bread is the best shit, dude. Fucking homemade bread is so good. Especially when it's still warm. Oh, yes. Oh, I can turn off here. He left me enough space. Oh, no, 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 no.
Overlord Spartan 1-1 boogied up.
It's fine. Please don't. I think I busted the tire. I did bust a tire. I can still steer though.
1300, beam south, Tiger 2, Warthog.
I busted the left main. That's fine.
Overlord, Dog 1-1 shopping.
But it tastes so good!
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 232,
Not good for your digestion. Dude, my digestive system's so fucked anyway, I don't care. Like, it can go fuck itself. Yeah, like slightly. I'm not talking hot. I don't eat it when it's fucking, like, hot. I'll eat it when it's warm. Oh, yeah, like, I'm not gonna eat fucking fresh out of the oven bread, dude. I'm not stupid. Well, no, I am stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I'm a different brand of stupid. Oh, иди нахуй. Fucking not spooled down enough. Ugh, this thing takes so long for the engines to stop spinning. Like, I just want the crew chief to, like, shove a stick in there and stop it. They'll refuel it with the engines running, but they won't rearm it. That's only true of FC3 stuff. Full fidelity modules will refuel and rearm with the engines running. Excuse me. See cat laying in my arms right now. Aww. So we pretty much sanitized this area of the front line. We're going to need to fly further east towards An-Naziriyah, which is fine. This big circle is a Hawk. We will be within Hawk range, just kind of on the edge of it, but, well, not on the edge of it, we'll be in Hawk range, but probably not high enough for it to hit me because you've got that ridge line there that should cover me somewhat.
Overlord Spartan 1-1, Boogie.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord. Bra,
I want a Lanson. I actually really want a Lanson.
Warthog.
That's my kind of sleeper aircraft that I want that isn't Soviet. As a I'm kind of torn between an A32 and a J32, but I kind of feel like the J would be more suited to how I fly.
Dog 1-1, Overlord. Bra, 252, 68, 800, flag east, Warthog.
Kind of wish I could eat bread at all without starting up a chemical weapons factory in the process. Yeah, that sucks. I've got a couple friends who are not just gluten intolerant, but like celiac, and I really feel bad for them because they're missing out on so much. There were kind of suspicions with some of the stomach problems I have. There were suspicions I might actually be gluten intolerant to a degree, but not enough of a degree to like make me stop eating fucking bread. Like, whatever's wrong with my digestive system, I'm willing to suffer that just to eat whatever the fuck I want.
Overlord. Bra, 075, 192, 7600, drag north, 4-ship Strato Fortress.
Takeoff's going to be a little iffy with a blown main tire, but we should be okay. We're just going to have to dance on the rudder a bit to kind of get it one wheel. It'll be a one-wheel wheelie. H-Files with the Sabre? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever done any ground attack in the Sabre.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, Bogey Dope, Tomcat.
I'm not sure if I blew the tire because I took the corner too fast, and it kind of, because the aircraft leans out, obviously, outside the turn, and it put too much pressure on it, blew it, or if it's because I ran over the edge of the concrete. Quite often going between rough ground and prepared ground, like roads or taxiways or whatever in the FC3 stuff, will break the tires. Particularly the Su-25, it usually breaks the nose wheel, and then you can't steer at all. So I'm just glad it was one of the mains that went, not the nose wheel, because if it was the nose wheel that went, I'd be fucked. I'd have to do a repair.
118, 64, 800, hot, Warthog.
Fingers crossed we have enough runway. Hold right stick just to unload that wheel as soon as possible. There we go, we're up on nose wheel and the right main.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 108, 65, 900, drag northeast.
Yeah, we got enough runway. Uppies!
Overlord, Dog 1-1, bogey dope.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 213, 39, 800, beam southeast, Warthog.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, shopping.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 100, 37, 700, drag northeast, Warthog.
Overlord Spartan 1-1, bogey dope.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 119, 74, 5000, flank north, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, send trip 15.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope, Stratofortress. That's the Hawk.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 059, 204, 7400, drag north, 12 ship Stratofortress.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, shopping.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 202, 25, 700, hot, Tiger 2.
I think I can actually. Overlord, Albania 1-1. Bogey dope, Stratofortress.
Albania 1-1,
Ah.
Overlord, Bra, 051, 83, 8000, drag north, 12 ship Stratofortress.
We them big brain boys. There's a fucking FARP around here. I've got to be careful for stingers. I can't... Well, I can climb up to avoid the stingers, but I'm kind of on the edge of the Hawk, so I don't want to risk getting shot at by that. We'll try it.
108, 30.
I can also just kill the stingers, I just don't want to waste my fucking rockets to do it. There's a group, we'll just go for them. and they should be just outside of Stinger range. We're going to put our automatic flare dispense on. It's not really perfect,
Spartan 1-1.
but it will
Threat.
do.
Raw. 113. 20. 1,300. Hot. Tiger 2.
Stuff in the distance is map
Circus
scenery.
1-4.
This is an actual
Red.
target. Oh, fuck.
168. 1,300. Tiger 2.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Yeah, he hit me. I was trying to get rid of my rockets and then jettison and get into a fight, but he got me. We wiped most of the target, though. It took them a while. It fucking took them a while, but they finally managed to bring me down. So since that side of the front line is mostly clear, not 100%, but mostly, I think we'll come in from An-Nazaria and we'll head southeast. Ah! That could be a problem. He's gonna come back and strafe, probably. We'll see if he circles back. He probably will. We're just gonna air defense loadout.
Ross, is that A-10 still at An-Nazaria? Copy inbound. I'm gonna investigate too. Yeah, I'm coming.
Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. We're gonna go guns only if we have to. I don't know if he's noticed me yet. We're gonna be very heavy on fuel. Oh shit, I hung-started the engines. I just realized I shouldn't have rammed the throttles forwards like that. I'm gonna have to respawn. Ah! Panic bad. Panic bad. Okay. Give me my fucking...
Ross, I'm about 20 clicks out.
We'll just defuel a little, we won't defuel all the way. I can't see where he went. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. There he is. I can't tell if he's outbound or not. If he is, we'll fucking chase him down. Am I on the wrong channel? Oh, I am on the wrong channel, it didn't reset.
That trip 20.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 5.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Copy.
What side of him?
Only.
Who's over there? Oh, there he is, he's fucking... He's kind of circling. Shit, shit, shit. I didn't wait for the missiles. Is he coming back for me? I can't tell. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. We'll go with what we got. If I didn't hung start again. Oh my god, I need to stop moving the throttle until the engines are spooled up. Fucking dumbass. So with the Su-25, if you move the throttle much out of idle detent, while the engines are still spooling up to idle, you'll fuck the aircraft, you've got to restart it. Thank you. Just double check there's not a second, because I don't see the splash unless it's behind my canopy.
Fighting with him.
Oh, 13. Yep. I don't know why he didn't strafe me while he had the chance. Maybe he just didn't notice me, but if it was me, I would have fucking done it. Relax, take a deep breath, I need to. Look at this Chad egg out here with the fucking meme riders taking down bombers. Love to see it. Oh yeah, there's the A-10. He dead. I wish they defueled this thing faster.
Airspace is clear for you.
Cheers. Just get that so I can see where my cursor actually is. Yeah, the teams have evened out now, because most of the blues got bored and left, I guess. That was 3 air-to-ground sorties and 1 air-to-air, because I had to punch off my shit. Fucking 34 ground kills. 4 air kills. I thought I got 5. Whatever. Frontline status. We're gonna push. We're gonna fucking push. They outnumbered us for like, what, 2 hours? Badly for an hour and a half of that. And we're gonna push. How does this fucking happen? Like, legit, how does this happen? I don't understand it. I am struggling to figure out how this happens.
Overload, Husky 7-1, bug it up.
I don't take joy in being toxic, well maybe a little bit, but yeah, like, oh, the bombers must be dumping their loads because, yep, they are. Frames took a shit. So if anyone's wondering why your frames get really bad when the bombers are around, that's why. It's spawning all those craters, it fucks the shit out of your frame rate. We're not going to push now. Because that probably just did, enough damage, yeah. It won't give them a push though, because look how bad their attrition is. So that was enough to neutral it out, but it wasn't enough to get them a push. So they're effectively relying on their bombers to push the industrial for them.
Dog 1-1 shopping.
What the fuck?
Dog 1-1.
You have A-10s! What are you doing?
33, 1,100. Drag southeast. Fast. Tiger 2.
Hey Ross, I gotta go, but I cleared out the airspace around and that's where I, good luck. No problem, man. Overload, Dog 1-1 shopping.
Is this a runway or a taxiway? I can't fucking tell with these Syrian air bases.
32, 1,000.
I think it's a taxi. Yeah, it's a taxiway. Very weirdly marked one though. Red turned out well for a first try. Nice. I'd say send me some, but you know the logistics are a bit difficult. I was kind of tempted to get one of those bread machines at one point, but I've got nowhere to put it. I already have, like, because my air fryer I've got. I actually used it. I've used it like twice now. If I had more PowerPoints, I'd use it all the time, but I have to, like, play musical PowerPoints with my fucking kettle, my coffee machine, my microwave, all that shit. So, I've used it, but not much. I found a place for it. I did find a place for it, but yeah, that's like the limit of my kitchen appliances. Oh, you can get like machines that do all the mixing and shit. Bro, I ain't got time to do it by hand. I wish I did, but I don't. But you, like, you can get machines that do all the mixing and stuff for you. Mum's got one. It makes really, really nice bread. Hungry Eyes, otherwise known as what I get when I see an A10 fully loaded and unaware of my presence.
Overlord, Dog 1-1 shopping.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 253, 33, 1300, Beam South, Tiger 2.
Pull attachment for an angle grinder.
Заруливайте на стоянку.
I don't know, give it a couple of years and Makita will probably make a bread machine. They've done fucking everything else at this point. It'll be run-off drill batteries, of course. Will do. Nice! Thanks for the 69 bits, Tempest. And thanks for clearing my airspace. Appreciate it, man.
Bra, 240, 20, 1000, Beam South, Fast, Tiger 2.
Only using power tools. So we want to head kind of to this sector, just outside the Hawk coverage, away from that fart. And that was where that F5 was patrolling, so we'll head out here. We're near an airfield, but we should be okay. And if they come for me from the airfield, I'll just start attacking that instead. Lumber, by way of Elvis, I think, has obtained S13 standoff tables. So if I kind of get in the mood later, we might do some of that, or we might save it for next time we're in the Su-25. But I do have the standoff tables now.
Overlord, Dog 1-1 shopping.
Those are bushes. It's hard to tell on Syria sometimes, which is good. It should be difficult to distinguish foliage from, you know, entrenched positions and shit. Better than Caucasus, where they stand out like a fucking sore thumb. That's a plane wreck. That is a frontline cluster on our side, so that's one of ours. Oh, two-ship Warthog, huh? They would have just taken off from that airfield. Egg, if you're done with them bombers, and you would like to bully some more A-10s, I have some trade for you, southwest of An-Naziriyah.
Dog 1-1, threat, Bra, 180, 20, 2600, flank northwest.
We're not going to jettison the rockets just yet, because if I can ambush both of these guys and pop them before I need to punch off stores, I can continue on to Ediground. Oh, Noplius, you must have missed it. I've killed Hueys with these S-13s, air-to-air.
1400, Tiger 2.
Air-to-air S-13s are fucking hilarious.
Merged, 178, 2100, Tomcat.
Oh, fucking shit. P5. Overlord Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I've lost my nose. Probably lost the gun as well. There they are.
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
The game thinks I'm dead.
Overlord, Bra,
I'm probably about to be dead.
2400.
Yep.
Drag southwest.
Fucking hell.
Tomcat.
We need fighters. Urgh. I can't spawn fighters at this airbase, it's too close to the front line. At least I don't think so. Yeah, slot's closed. MiG-15 would be ideal for killing them. Okay, we're going to very quickly load up air-to-air because I need to defend my own airbase again. So Tempe cleared the airspace, but we're close enough to one of their air bases that, like, they're just gonna keep rolling in. Fuck, they're right over that hill. There you are, you fucker. Fuck. I'm probably gonna get strafed on the ground. Give me my missiles, come on. If I can at least pop him on takeoff. Oh shit. The other one's above him. Come on, R60s, let's go! Okay, they're moving behind my Has, which is maybe a good thing. They might not see me when I taxi out. Did I not tell him to give me fucking missiles? Oh, no I did. They're just slow. Fuck. I'm screwed. One of those is probably going to hit me. Hit my fucking Has. I probably don't have a tail anymore. I have a tail, it's damaged though. And they know I'm here, so they're going to be flaring like crazy. This is the hazard of frontline air bases. We're going to take off from the taxiway. I'm light, so I should be able to. I've lost sight of the A10, but he should be slight left of my nose, kind of high. Oh, barely.
Savage 1-1, bogey dog. Savage 1-1, overlord, raw, 154, 82, 2400, flank northeast, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4,
Motherfuckers.
overlord, raw, 2091, 1800, hot, Warthog.
There he is. Overshoot me, you cunt. Didn't have the gun selected quickly enough. The other one will be trying to cover his buddy. Come on, turn. Okay, back to missiles. He's gonna flare this away for sure. He didn't see the launch, he's dead. Oh, that was close. There's the second one. Guns defense. I'm slow, I need to be going about 600 to rate. I don't know if I can outrate him in a sustained turn, probably. Sing rates like a fucking champion. He's gonna maybe get nose on. No, not quite. He's gonna get close though. I nearly got nose on too. Okay, he's gonna one circle. The A10 does one circle a little better. No, he's gonna hesitate. That just got him fucked. Because now I'm gonna roll in right behind him. Okay, somebody else is attacking him. Good, good. I think that might be Egg. Yes, yellow MiG. Okay, come here, fucker. I'll fucking teach you to attack my airfield, you prick. And I'll come back for yours. Flares ain't gonna save you from fucking 30 mil. Get the fuck out of here. We're gonna land, quickly rearm. We're gonna go fuck with their airfield now.
Overload, Dog 1-1, bogey dope, Tomcat. Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 127, 94.
Cheers for the assist, Egg.
300, flank west, Tomcat.
Hang around, because they'll be back. We did take some damage to the tail off that Maverick, but I think we're good. It looks like just minor damage to the elevators. It's now bakery chat, apparently. Oh shit. Wacker's playing on blue today. Oh, fucking R3 odd in the F-14. Nice. Love to see it. Not gonna lie, I kind of do miss working in the bakery. That was a really nice job. I wish I could have kept it. That was the one job where it wasn't my decision to not keep it. Well, that and the fucking army, but that doesn't really count. Where's my neutral trim? There it is.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 133, 86, 1400, beam northeast, fast, Tiger 2. Overlord, Dog 1-1, Okido, Tomcat. Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 131, 79, 1300, beam northeast.
Yeah, I did get them, Tom.
Tiger 2.
And today is the first day I actually took them, because I got them yesterday, but we went out to watch the hockey yesterday, so, you know, drinking, not a good idea to mix with meds, so today is the first day. And I can feel a bit of a difference, like I can maintain a train of thought better, like my head's quieter, like I said before, I'm not hearing my own voice, like, constantly, hey, what about this, what about this, what about that? Like, here, look, a distraction. Well, it's just nice and quiet. Siblings want their own farms.
Dog 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 20 kilometers.
I like going out and visiting my parents' farm because I can just forget about the world and relax, but I don't know if I could live out there. Like, I like living in a city around lots of people, even if I don't like people and I don't go out and socialize much. I like being surrounded by people for some stupid reason. So I don't know if I could live on the farm. And I certainly wouldn't really want to work the farm because that's, like, a lot of backbreaking work. But, at the same time, the way the world's going, you know, maybe it'd be worth it. Maybe it would be worth it. I'm going to be really struggling to outrange the Rolands with this. I could use the pop-up tables, but I'm not going to yet. I need to practice that first, I think. But I might just be able to kind of snipe off the Rolands if I climb high enough. And we should be outside the Hawk coverage. Oh no, we're going to be inside the Hawk coverage. That could be awkward.
Savage 1-1.
Forgot to shut my engines down.
166, 33, 1900. Drag southwest, Tiger 2.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. Расходитесь 300-298. 166.
You know what? I wonder what the range on those is. It might be slightly longer than the S13s. I'm not sure. If the range on them is a little longer, those would be great for killing the Rolands, and then I could use those to crater the runway, but I'm not sure. We'll go with the S13s to start with. If that works, then fine. If it doesn't, then we'll try the others.
1800. Tiger 2.
Had a big orchard and about 20 acres for a small family of 7. Yeah, that'd be a lot of work. My parents farm alpacas, so livestock are a little less work than crops, I think. But still quite a bit. You know, you've got to... Alpacas are really easy to look after, generally speaking. They're very intelligent. They're very easy to handle, most of them. You know, they're quite cooperative a lot of the time. It's not hard to get them from one place to another because they'll just follow you. Or they'll know where they're supposed to go. But you still have to, you know, give them all their vaccinations. You've got to shear them. You've got to... We usually get someone else in to shear them, but, you know, you've got to help the shearer, obviously. So it's still a lot of work. I don't know. That said, like, you know, if I was living on the farm, I probably wouldn't be doing what Dad does. Dad's the kind of person he has to keep himself busy. If he's got nothing to do, he will find something to do. So I think I could probably get by there, and then just, like, spend my spare time streaming or whatever. I don't know. They don't have good internet, though, so... That would be contingent upon them getting actual good internet, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stream when I move there. Chicken, pigs, and a goat. We got chickens, guinea fowl, we had ducks and geese, but they all died of old age. We haven't got any to replace them. We got a turkey, and then obviously the alpacas, and a dog, and cats. So we got a bit of a zoo going on as well.
Dog 1-1, merged, 113, 1600, Warthog.
The goat was the worst. Crazy bitch almost killed me once by pulling on the rope hard enough to throw me off the bike. Yeah, goats are, goats can be a bit of a handful. Alpacas are nice, like, even the really rough ones, they're pretty manageable. They're more funny than anything. Oh, nice. Thank you, Strella. I didn't even realize he was back yet. Looks like the A-10s are making another push.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, shopping. Dog 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 252, 18, 1300, flag southeast, Tiger 2.
Is that a red pilot or a blue pilot? That looks like a blue pilot, not gonna lie. Yeah, that'd be a really interesting job. I used to love watching blacksmiths at work when I was a kid in the UK, because they keep a lot of those, like, older sort of crafts going. And so I've got, like, a whole collection of horseshoes that I had made for me by blacksmiths at different county fairs and stuff. That's a blue pilot. Yes.
Dog 1-1.
Close your eyes, kids.
285, 14, 900, flag east, Tiger 2.
I don't think it's going to come up in the kill feed. What? You bitch! We'll have to come back with a 30mm. Or get somebody to bring a helicopter out here and take him prisoner.
Dog 1-1. Threat. Bra. 259. 20. 1100. Hot. Tiger 2. Dog 1-1. Merged. 263. 1000. Tiger 2.
Oh shit, that's right. I'm gonna have to go through that Haz because the fucking end of the runway's there. It's a weird airport layout. Oh, hello! Shit! Egg just got fucking deleted. No, yeah, that was Egg. There's an F5 here. Fuck, 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 fuck. Don't see me, please? Don't see me, please? Don't see me, please? Sorry about that, dude. I didn't see him. I don't even think I got a fucking call out for him. Oh no, I would have got it on text. I'm not paying attention. Fuck. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 10. Let me guess, I'm on the wrong channel.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 kilometers.
I'm gonna hide for a minute. Is that motherfucker still here? There's the same guy that popped me before as well. It's Lampshade. He's pretty decent. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. He's not dead, so he's hanging around here somewhere.
Overlord. Bra. 194. 22. 4800. Drag south. Tiger 2.
Mashallah, he's going home. He'll leave me alone. I hope. Too bad there's no ground safety override for this. I mean, the gun's kind of awkwardly positioned for it, but... Oh, you. You! We got a fucking spy here. Where's the end of the runway? There. Village had a lathe, but the tunnel was drunk more often than not, so he didn't do much. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 193. 28. 1200. Flank northwest. Warthog.
They're gonna hang around this area. Is the runway crated? Nope. This is gonna be really risky. Even if the F5's fucked off home, that A-10 can fuck me up. And I've still got to figure out how I'm gonna attack their airfield without getting popped by the Hawk. In the real world, I think they just get pistols. Helicopter pilots get M4s, but I don't know about fixed wing. I think they just get pistols. Maybe shit like MP7s now, depending on what country, but... Why the fuck? Why am my trim's neutralized? Why is my aircraft rolling left so violently? Oh, because I was fucking lead foot on my left side, that's why. 200. 15. Fuck. Stay as low as we can, try and pop up under his nose.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra. 198. 10. 1000. Hot. Warthog.
Didn't see him.
Circus 14. Merge. 195. 900. Warthog.
Overlord, Dog 1-1, set trip 20.
I don't see. Oh, there he is.
Dog 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
How the fuck did he still hit me? Jesus. Oops, wrong button.
Overlord, Savage 1-1, set trip 15.
Savage 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
This is going to be really hard on one engine. I think we're going to need to change our plan. Oops, this ain't working. Yeah, you dump those flares. Waste them now when I'm not going to have a good shot anyway. It's another one, I think. I'm out of flares. I'm gonna die. Second guy's gonna missile me.
Dog 1-1, shopping. Dog 1-1. Overlord. Broad.
Too low.
27. 1200. Hot. Tiger 2.
When I get really close and people are crossing my nose, I tend to use the pitot tubes as a gun, like as a ersatz gun sight, because the gyro gun sight on this air-to-air mode is zeroed out to quite a far distance. So I just line them up between the pitot booms and shoot.
Broad. 195. 10.
He's baiting me.
900. Hot. Warthog.
Guarantee he's baiting me for the second one.
Dog 1-1. Threat. Broad. 138. 20. 1400. Flag north. Tiger 2.
Yes, get slow, turn. Try force an overshoot. I'm on one engine, so I'm nice and slow too,
Circus
not by
1-1.
choice.
Merged. 213. 800. Warthog.
Ah, fucking P5s, bro. P5s. Yeah, we can't get shit done at Al Nazariya. Oh, we're outnumbered again. They're air quaking, that's why. The A10s are just air quaking, because there's nobody to stop them, pretty much. We do have a FARP nearby. There, it's right on the front line, though. Oh, there's one there, too. I'm kind of tempted to get in behind and just air quake them back, but it still leaves me pretty vulnerable. And they can just fly away if they don't want to accept the engagement, so... Yeah, fucking 9 P5s, man. 9 P5s, easy mode for bad players. I can't wait until we finally get rear aspect on this server. I actually wish it was rear aspect on all maps, all missions, because it would really separate out the fucking wheat from the chaff, air combat wise. And realistically, like, A10s and fucking Su-25 should not be hunting people intentionally. They should be using their missiles for self-defense only. And I say that as someone who will go murder mode once I've punched off my stores. Like, that should be really self-defense. Ersatz gun sight? Yes, I did. I'm out in the open too, so they're gonna see me as I start up. Maybe the hind would be the best solution here. Because I'm just going to get fucking beefed on the ground if they see me. Yeah, it's one of those loan words that English uses quite a bit. I mean, well, probably because I read a lot of history, I pick it up, but you don't hear it as often anymore, I guess. We've got a pair of A-10s constantly attacking Nazaria. We need some fighters here. And when they approach me as a pair like that, one of them will get off a missile while I'm distracted by the other. Like, there's not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. I can swap planes, there's only so many airfields I can fly from. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 195, 52, 700, Hot, Tiger 2.
Did they both get shot down by air defense? Or did they leave? What the fuck happened? Oh yeah. No, they're off bullying Hines now. They're bullying Hines. Okay. Well, I don't want to shut down my engines and rearm, and there is an F5 coming this way, so we'll stay with the air-to-air loadout for now. Hopefully bully the F5, and then maybe come back and rearm and quickly make a run on Aldemar. This is my problem. Aldemar, I don't think Saikal is active. I don't think they can fly from there, but Aldemar they can fly from. That's where my issues are coming from. They keep taking off from there and just flying up and fucking me up. 21 to murder spree until... Yeah, it's difficult though, because this is all under Hawk coverage. Also, I'm not as good in the 21 as I once was. It's distance to fucking Aldemar from here. 35 kilometers. Or if I find a ground, like a visual ground reference for 25 kilometers, I could do a pop-up. I actually could do a pop-up. It won't be accurate though. The issue is I need to crater their shit, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. We need more reds on. Need to reverse this team stack. They've had their turn. They couldn't push with it. Time to get a red team stack and show them how it's fucking done. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope.
Sockets 1-4, Overlord. I could not find
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 197, 27, 800, Hot, Tiger 2.
Mm-hmm.
Dog 1-1, Overlord.
See, if this was Alpins, I'd just go from the FARP and set up an air defense network here, since they've knocked out the existing one, but we can't set up CTLD shit in here. So once our air defenses are down, they are down. Makes it kind of difficult. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Sockets 1-4, Overlord.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Beam East.
Keys 1-4, Overlord.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus
There we
1-4,
go.
Overlord. Bra, 142, 10, 1100, beam northeast, Tiger 2.
Sometimes Overlord struggles with my accent. Some days it has no issues, some days it can't understand me worth a shit. If I did the voice training thing, it would probably improve it. I just usually don't need to, because it usually understands me first attempt. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. There you are, you little fuck.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Bra, 070.
Good song for it.
1200, flag northwest, Tiger 2. Overlord, Dog 1-1, shopping.
Shit, I was in the wrong mode.
Overlord.
Had a bit of a faux pas there.
88, 900, flank west, Tiger 2.
Lost sight of him. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Shit, oh there he is. He doesn't know I'm here,
Circus
somehow.
1-4, Overlord, Bra, 274, 2, 1000.
That's a bit long,
Flank west, Tiger 2.
but he's pretty slow, he's not in burner, so it might make it. We've got somebody else inbound. No, that was a long shot, that ain't gonna make it. Fucking 2-ship Warthog back in, god damn it. Come on, turn around. Start turning, come on. I don't want to mark tuck in this thing. Mark tuck in the Su-25 will kill you fast. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Just figure out what the range is. He's not burning, but he's probably mill thrust.
266, 6, 1100, drag west, fast, Tiger 2.
Fast, yeah, I'm not going to catch him. I need him to recommit, but he's probably dragging for the A-10s. Or he's going to wait until the A-10s engage me, then come back.
Bra, 142, 40, 1200.
It's going well.
Fast, Tiger 2.
Rain's going well. I'm in a bit of a shit situation here, though, because I've got 2 A-10s and an F5 constantly attacking my airfield. Can't really get a look in. Yeah, he's just circling around trying to bait me, I think. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope, Warthog. Did one just shoot at me? What the fuck was that noise? Oh, it's a 21. About to fuck him.
Bra, 124, 23, 700, drag northeast, Warthog.
P5? Of course it was, there's nothing else it could be. Unless I was team killed. Except Avenger? I mean, I was... Oh, no. Yeah, no, he dragged me into the FARP. God fucking damn it. Can't catch a break. We'll try one more flight in the Su-25, and after that I think we're going to do something else, because I'm starting to get a little frustrated. But, I'll say this, don't know if you guys have noticed, but even despite the setbacks, I'm getting a lot less heated than I usually get. I know that having a short fuse and having fucking anger issues is a thing that happens with ADHD, so I wonder if it helps with that too. I don't know. But I hope it does, because that would be good. I don't like freaking out and fucking yelling at people. 2, 3. We really need more cat. Okay, yeah, that was Egg. So Egg's back. Good, good. Egg, there's another pair of A-10s inbound. They'll be coming directly from Aldumo. And they're definitely going to be looking to P5 somebody. I don't think there is one, but it'd be good if there was a sound alert connected to the tripwire alert for the Texter Lord. I don't think there's one. I haven't noticed if there is, but that'd be a cool feature to add, I think. The text spot's quite nice though, because it gives... Oh fuck, there's an F-14 here. Shit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. We're not loading the S-13s. Fuck, 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 fuck. He's right on top of me. If I can bag Whacker in a 14 with this thing, I'll be very happy today. But I don't think I'm going to, because Whacker's not stupid. He plays the 14 to its strengths. Fucking nice if we still had any air defense left. Get rid of the S-13. You know what? I don't even need to. I can just... Oh, never mind! No, that was the A-10 got him. I can't punch that off on the ground. Shit, 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 shit. Get rid of this. Remove. So the A10 will be over there somewhere. I saw him for like half a second. Fuck. Fuck. We need to petition ED to put the AIM-9J on not only the F5, but also the A10. Not the 14, because it's an Air Force missile. The 14 wouldn't carry it. They got rid of the rocket pod, that's all I care about. Yep, 14 would have its own toys, but the F5 and the A10 definitely need the AIM-9J. .140 and 183, they're both approaching at the same time again. Fuck my life. 140 is coming from my left, 180 is coming off the end of the runway. Or the taxiway, actually. This is the taxiway, isn't it? Fuck. Uppies? Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Shit, I'm on the wrong channel, aren't I? I can't change out without tabbing out! Merged 151. Off my left. He's above me. There he is. There you are. Probably baiting for the second one though. And of course that missed. So this mythical flare ejection the R60s have... Yeah, tell me more. Is that the other one down there? No, it's a Hind. Bro! Yeah, okay. Yeah, R60s don't go for flares, huh? Second will be aiming to gun me, probably. That'll be Whacker's F-14, most likely. That was risky. Yeah, there's a second A-10. He's too close for a missile. He'll go for a gunshot. We're going to rudder away to try and... Yeah, that didn't work. It was an effort, at least. Second one's gonna saddle in for a shot. Fuck my life. Need Capit and Nazaria urgently. 2 A10s, F-14, God knows what else. Three A10s, 3! The entire blue team is here. I'm gonna go for this guy even though it's bait for the guy behind me. Watch out, Hind. Okay, that's one less. Brake hard left. Hind should distract him. Fucking Whacker's here as well. God damn it. Go away, Whacker. I don't want what you're selling. I'm good, thanks. I don't need it. He's on one engine. He's on fucking one wing as well now. How many fucking A10s? Jesus! There's the other one. Is that a fucking F5? Yeah, of course it is. I'm too fast to sustain. Little bit of rudder, little bit of rudder. Good thing is I'm in enough of a merge that... Oh, maybe you would try a Sparrow. That was probably an aim 9. Yeah, it was the 9L. God damn it, Whacker! Fucking interrupting my bullying. Yeah, you're right. They're not smart enough to bait. I think we should probably consider An Nazaria closed to air traffic. The problem is we've already hit all the frontline shit in the west, I think, unless it's reset. Like, this is the thing. This is what the AIM-9 P5 prevents, is it stops them having to come to the merge. If they miss their P5s, or they've already used them, and they have to come to the merge, this is what happens. They get fucking massacred, because Blue has some excellent pilots. Not many, but they have some amazing pilots. Better than me by a long way. But the majority of their pilots lean so heavily on the AIM-9 P5 that when they do come to the merge, they don't know what to do. As those A10s just demonstrated, as several F5s have demonstrated. Like, this is... We're gonna have a rant, okay? First rant enhanced by meds. The point that I've made on Discord a couple times now, both on Enigma's Discord and on my Discord, and I think once or twice on stream, is that Blue players, particularly on this server, but even on Alpin's, and especially on the modern servers, they've become so heavily dependent on their weapon systems that once those weapon systems are no longer there, either because they're restricted or because they've used them already, or they just fire out a parameter in a panic, once those weapon systems are no longer there, they don't know what to do. Like with the Mavericks, once the Mavericks are gone off the rails, they don't know what to do against ground targets. They'll try and strafe Shilkers because brain short circuit. Likewise, the Vigans complaining that they've gone from 4 Mavericks to 2. That was almost all I saw them use. Like, and not to single out any particular Vigan players, I know that if you play an Enigma server, you'll know a couple people who fall under this, but I'm not trying to single people out today. I'm going to try and be a little less toxic today. This is just a generalized thing I've noticed, is that Vigans on Blue were almost exclusively using Mavericks on the front line, on the depots, on the industrials. They were using RB75Ts, which are the heavy warhead Mavericks. They would occasionally use the 75Bs, which are the ones with the zoom that the Swedes never pushed into service. But they would use them. They'd fire 4 Mavericks, they'd go home. And they just do that. They do shuttle runs back and forth. Airfield, target, airfield, target, airfield, target. 4 Mavs each way. And they were basically, you know, unless you figured out the timing correctly and did a stern conversion, they were very hard to intercept because at low altitude they will outrun everything, which they shouldn't. And at high altitude, they will out-accelerate everything, which they shouldn't. You know, in theory, you could catch them at high alt, but their acceleration is so fucking ridiculously broken that you still couldn't. You could outrun them, but you couldn't run them down, if that makes sense. Which is a concept Blue is going to have to get used to with the MiG-23. Although they can't outrun it either. Anyway. So, they become so heavily dependent on those 4 Mavs that they don't know what to do without them. They don't know how to use the rockets. In fact, again, I'm not going to drop a name because I'm not trying to single people out here, but one of the main culprits for still months down the line complaining about my 4 Mavs, one of the server staff, it got so bad that one of the server staff did this, made a video of them failing to hit an oil rig, which is a large stationary target, with the rockets on the Vigan. Now, you guys have seen me miss with the rockets on the Vigan when I'm in a panic, or when my pop-up parameters are wrong, or when I forget to set you know, the QFE correctly, and there's a large... whatever. I miss with rockets on the Viggen too sometimes. But when I actually roll in on a proper attack run and I've got everything right, you don't miss with the rockets on the Viggen. They're fucking phenomenally accurate. They're really, really good. But this guy was missing an oil rig with rockets on the Viggen. His first attack, he was too close. Like half as close as he should have been, if not worse. His second attack run, he was both too close and too shallow, so he wouldn't have had the radar ranging working for him anyway. The third run was just, like, not well aimed. And I was watching this, I'm sitting there like, the rockets and the bombs on the Viggen are your bread and butter. Forget the Mavericks. If you can't use the rockets and the bombs on the Viggen, you should go back to basics and learn them, because not only are they very effective weapons, but that's, you know... We're not going to get into realistic scenarios here. This is obviously not that realistic of a scenario. But in a realistic scenario, that's going to be the majority of your firepower. You didn't see Viggens taking off for training flights with Mavericks all the time. You saw them taking off with ARACs or with bombs, because that's what they mostly used, or RB-04s for anti-shipping. The Mavs were a specialized weapon intended to be used for specialized targets, like smaller ships, like Soviet command posts, air defense, things like that. You wouldn't use them for frontline positions, ever. But yeah, like, they get so reliant on their Mavericks that they don't know how to use the rockets. They don't know how to use the bombs, and so they complain, oh, I'm ineffective now, my plane can't do anything, my plane's useless now because you've taken away 2 of my 4 Mavericks. Like, really? Learn the bombs. A good bombing pass can wipe out most of a depot target in one pass. A good rocket attack can wipe out most of a frontline position in one pass. Like, the unguided weapons on the Viggen are phenomenal. The anti-ship missiles, if you're trying to kill ships, the anti-ship missiles are pretty decent. And yeah, they might not one-shot them consistently, but they will track pretty well. They're good weapons. Yeah, you get less of them, whatever. You know, take off from a coastal airbase, not a big deal. But it's the same thing with P5s, and we can see it with the P5s. You can even see it with players who are kind of new-ish to Cold War, and they come from modern aircraft, and now they have to deal with the AIM-9P and the AIM-9P5, which are phenomenal missiles. They're excellent missiles, but they don't turn so well at close range. And so they'll make hopelessly out-of-parameter shots that a 9X would hit, and maybe a 9M would hit, but a 9P will never ever make. You're just asking too much of it. And they'll say, oh, it's a shit missile. My missiles are crap. They're so hopeless. Oh, Red have better missiles than us. Look at the R60. Like, the R60 turns really well at close range, but it has no legs. The R60 has no reach. It hits like a wet lettuce. Like, the R60 is very highly specialized to close range engagements. It is literally called a melee missile in Russian parlance. A melee missile. It's not a... It's essentially a dogfight missile. It's not a long-range air combat missile. It's not a medium-range air combat missile. It's not something you use to pop someone who's extending away from you. It's something you use when you get caught by surprise, you're in a hard turn, and the guy's right across the circle from you. It's a dogfight missile. It is a last-ditch, I need to kill this guy, but I can't get a gun solution kind of weapon. But the AIM-9P, the AIM-9P5, if you know what their shot parameters are, like me, you'll end up with, like, ridiculously high hit rates, like me. Like, if you look at my stats in the F5, I haven't flown it much since the stats started saving, but the flights I have done, pretty much all of my 9Ps either 9P5s either connect, or every second one kills somebody. It's like a 99.11% hit rate, I think, but the hit rate includes shrapnel, so if one detonates near them but doesn't kill them, that'll still count as a hit. But the kill rate is like 53%. So, given those missiles one-shot people almost every time, I am hitting people no less than 50% of the shots I take. And I've taken some pretty sketchy shots with the 9P5. Like, because I know the missile's parameters, I'll usually wait until I've got a good shot, but every now and then you get caught off guard, you get caught by surprise, you panic launch 2 instead of 1, it happens. But really, like, the 9P and the 9P5 are excellent missiles, it's just people coming from the 9X who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Same deal. Once you take their 9P5s away, once they've adjusted for that missile, like the guys on here do, and they use it for head-on attacks, once you take away that 9P5 and they can no longer attack you from beyond your own range, before you even see them half the time, they're stuck in a merge. They're stuck in a merge with an aircraft that either, outturns them if it's a Su-25 or a MiG-19, or can kind of keep up with them if it's a MiG-21. They're stuck in a merge with somebody who has much better turning missiles for close range engagement. So they're in that phone booth kind of environment where the R60 is designed to work, and their missiles are insufficient for that. You know, as great as the 9P is, you cannot expect it to make a shot the R60 will make. You just can't. And so they find themselves in this environment. They're stuck in that phone booth. You've got them by the belt buckle, and they can't get away from you. If they extend, they catch an R60. If they get closer, they'll catch the gun. And they don't really know what to do besides just horizontal turn and hope for the best. You do see the occasional F5, Crazy G-Man especially, because he's one of the better pilots on the server. He's one of the better pilots on Alpins as well. But you'll see him in the F5. When he attacks a Su-25, and he has attacked me a few times on stream, you'll see he doesn't turn with me. He makes a pass, he goes vertical, he gets above me, and he just kind of sits above me and assesses my energy state until he knows I can't pull, and he dives on me. And you'll see me attacking A10s, that's the same thing I do. I'll get above them, I'll sit up there, I'll kind of side-eye them out of the canopy, and when I think I've got a good angle and a good chance, I'll roll in, swoop them, and make another pass. You don't sit there and try and outrate a Su-25 that's, you know, 50% fuel, take off or maneuvering flaps out, they're maneuvering flaps on the 25, and then the gun's selected. You do not try and outrate that in an F5 or even an A10. I think the A10 rates similar or slightly worse to the Su-25A. However, the A10 can pull its nose better. The A10 has much better nose authority. It's like the F5, same deal. The Su-25 outrates it in a sustained turn, but the Su-25 can't pull its nose. So the F5 can bunt its nose around. It can one circle really well. You'll notice when they start one circling, I start to get a bit shook, because I know that there's a high risk of me overshooting them, and I'm not going to really be able to do anything about it. I'm just kind of hoping they try and force an overshoot and reverse across my nose in the process and cross my gun sight, because if they don't cross my gun sight, I can't haul that nose around to get it on them. I wonder what the frontline status is. Yeah, they're probably going to push, actually, because they've been doing a lot of air-to-ground while I've been busy. Look at this, though! Look at this! This is these are the conditions Blue needs to push a sector. It is 2 reds. 2 reds, because me and Egg are both sitting in... Actually, 1 red, because I'm sitting in Spectator too. It's 1 red, effectively. Maybe 3 if me and Egg swap back up. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 blues, including an F-14. And 3 A-10s who are working as a trio. So they're, like, 4 A-10s, correction. 4 A-10s. And the A-10s, like, something I'll say is, you notice when I was fighting those 5 of them or whatever at once, I looked behind me and saw 3. I looked behind me and I saw 3 of them. That shouldn't happen. I should look behind me and see 1. I should see 1 behind me. I should see 1 in front of me. I should see 1 across the circle from me. That's a defensive circle. That's what Su-25 guys do, the smart ones, when they're attacked. They will not sit behind each other trying to compete for the kill. They will enter a defensive circle. One of us will turn, the other one will wait until they're across the circle, and then enter the turn. So you've got 2 guys at opposite points of the circle. If you've got more than 2, you've got 3, 4, whatever. You can cover more sectors. Anything that comes into that circle sets up the guy behind for a missile shot. It's probably a World War I defensive tactic, but World War II in particular, IL-2s used it, BF-110s used it. Any heavy aircraft that couldn't maneuver with a fighter but had a rear gunner would adopt a defensive circle when attacked. Particularly the A-10s. The BF-110s in the Battle of Britain were known for doing it. The Bolton Pool Defiant in the Battle of Britain was known for doing it, and the IL-2 on the Eastern Front. If an IL-2 group was attacked, they would go into a defensive circle if they were the type with the rear gunner. Luftbrücke circle, it's from World War I. Yeah, there you go. A Luftbrücke from World War I. Literally 110-year-old tactics, and Blue have not adapted to them? Sure, you get this question a lot. What do you think of... No, and I'll tell you why. I had a set of TFRPs that I bought when I first got into DCS. I thought the same thing. They're cheap, but they'll be good beginner pedals. They're better than nothing, better than a twist axis. Oh, how wrong I was. The problems with the TFRPs are many and varied. The server's going to restart pretty soon, and I kind of feel like taking a break, so we're just going to pop back to the menu for now, just so I talk this through. The TFRPs, the build quality is really bad. Really, really bad. I found myself needing to disassemble mine every couple of weeks just to get any kind of use out of them. The sensor would get really noisy. I had about half travel on, like the sensor would only register halfway movement on the left side and full movement on the right side, and it would bounce badly. So I had a massive dead zone on it. I had to run an external VJoy script to damp the input, which was mostly good, but still not quite enough. And every couple of weeks I had to pull them fully apart and try and clean out the sensor and rewire everything to get the left pedal to work fully. In addition to that, after about 6 months, the left pedal snapped at the base. So I went to push myself up in my chair. I put a little bit too much weight on the left pedal. I don't weigh much. I weigh about 72, 73 kilos, right? About, what's that, 150 pounds, 160 pounds? I put about half my weight on the left pedal briefly, and it snapped at the base. So the TFRPs have this design where there's like an L-shaped plastic piece, like a hollow plastic L shape. It's just a simple molding. This bottom part of the L is where it connects to the rudder bar, which is what actually gives you your yaw sensor, right? So the rudder bar's got the yaw sensor in the middle. That's what gives you your rudder. The top of the bracket, the top of the L, is a pivot point for the actual toe brake. So the pedal is pivoted at the top of this. The rudder bar is pivoted at the bottom. And this is just a simple, like injection molded piece of plastic. It's maybe like 5 mil, 3 mil thick. It's not very thick. It's not very sturdy. And that component's carrying the full load of your foot. So if you're either a little, like if you're, in a hard dogfight and you put too much boot into the left pedal or the right pedal, they're both the same. If you put too much boot into it, or if you do what I did and kind of use your pedals as leverage to straighten out in your chair, and you put just that little bit too much force on it, it's going to snap. That's a natural stress point. The curve of that L, because it's not a straight bracket, it's a curved bracket. The curve of that L is a natural stress point. There's no real reinforcement in it. There's reinforcing bars up top and bottom, but there's nothing behind that L. It will snap right there. It's impossible to repair. Unless you go to the hardware store and buy up those, the metal strapping they use to tie joists together and shit, or something like that, it's impossible to repair. You can't glue it because there's not enough surface area and there's too much weight being transmitted through it. There's nothing for the glue to hold on to, so the only thing to do is strap it back together, which I couldn't be bothered to do. So yeah, they're also really close together. Some people don't mind that as much, but they are ball crushers. So if you're well endowed or just sensitive in that area, don't, it's not going to go well for you. They're not great. They're really not great. And the design of them is quite poor. Not just the build quality, but the design. So, like I said, I had to take mine apart routinely to try and clean them out and get them working again. The basic components are that bracket, the pedal sensor and spring, the rudder bar and springs, and the rudder sensor. That plastic shell that it comes in is literally just that. It's a plastic shell. There's no reason for it to be there. It doesn't do anything. And because of that plastic shell being there, you've got to remove about 20-odd screws, right? 20-odd screws just to get that shell off to access the actual important bits to work on them. It took me probably about 40 minutes to an hour every time I needed to disassemble them, clean them out, reassemble them. It should not take me that long. So I ended up just getting the shits with them. I threw them out. I don't often throw things out. If I think something can be saved or reused or given to somebody else, I'll keep it. I don't like throwing things out. This is probably some fucking complex trauma from my childhood, but I cannot handle just binning things if I think there's even the slightest bit of usefulness left in them. I bin them. And I really didn't like doing it. It felt bad, but I was like, no one's going to buy them. They're too much effort to fix. I can't sell them. I'm not going to use them myself. They're just taking up space. What can you do? so I binned them. I ended up getting MFG crosswinds. Now, they're not really starter pedals because they are very expensive, relatively speaking. I think the top-end Thrustmaster stuff's still costlier than these. I think the Virpil stuff as well, but the crosswinds are expensive. They're like $400 Australian. Or more than that, I think. But crosswinds will last you forever. They're expensive, but they will last you forever. You can buy spare parts easily from the guy's website. You can buy replacement parts to customize them if you want heavier springs, if you want the damper. Like if you fly helicopters a lot, the damper is really good because you can just... This is probably the best part of the design. The centering spring on the cam is actually offset to the left, and it's on the outside of the pedals. The pedals are like a skeleton sort of construction. There's no inside and outside. Everything is exposed. Somehow, the sensors don't get crap in them. Somehow, the Thrustmaster pedals with this big cowling over them to keep them, like, clean or whatever, I would get hair and dust and all sorts of shit in the sensor within a couple days. These, I barely, like, I'm pretty bad with cleaning, I'm not gonna lie. These have got, like, bits of carpet, lint off my socks, probably hair, dust, God knows what, into the joints between them, because I haven't taken them apart to clean them, I just kind of vacuum them off every now and then. No problems. The sensor is so precise. I have a slight dead zone on them because I put them back together a bit wrong when I put the damper on. That was on me. So I haven't tightened down one of the nuts hard enough. Once I fix that, I can take the dead zone back off. But when I first got these, I had no dead zone on them because I did not need one. They are that precise. There's no jitter in the sensor at all. My Virpil throttle has more jitter in its axis than the pedals do, and that is, like, the Virpil throttle is fucking good as well. So I cannot recommend the crosswinds highly enough. I straight up cannot recommend them highly enough. They pack away very small because they're skeletonized components. You just flat pack them, basically. It's like the IKEA of pedals. They're very simple to assemble and disassemble. They're very sturdy. Despite the way they're built, they're extremely sturdy. Like, I don't think there's anything I can do to these pedals that will break them. I really don't. They're very customizable. I did get sidetracked a little there. The best feature of them is that the centering spring on the cam is on the left side of the cam itself. So the cam has an extension lever that comes out to the left side of the pedals externally, and that will move forwards and backwards, and the centering spring runs on a metal guide here. If you want to adjust the spring tension, you turn a nut down here, which lengthens or shortens the spring. That adjusts your spring tension. You also have two hooks on the cam, so you can adjust it between two settings instantly. However, if you want to fly a helicopter, you know what you do? You reach down, you unhook the spring off the cam, you're done. You now have no spring on the pedals. So I have the damper as well, so when I want to fly a helicopter, I just reach down, I unhook the centering spring from the cam, and just let it sit on the floor, and then I dial the damper up about 5-10 clicks, and I have helicopter pedals. And then if I want to fly fixed wing again, I dial the damper back 5-10 clicks, hook the cam spring back on, I have fighter pedals. Like, seriously, I haven't used any of the expensive, like the Thrustmaster TPRs or whatever they're called, the Pendula ones. I haven't used them. I won't because I'm not buying anything off Thrustmaster ever again. I've heard people say they're good. Yeah, they might be, but my own personal experiences with Thrustmaster build quality and customer service, no, I'm not going to trust them with my money anymore. The Virpil pedals and VKB pedals I've heard some decent things about. I've heard some complaints as well, but mostly good things. But the crosswinds, I don't think I've ever heard a single person complain about anything to do with the crosswinds. And I haven't got any complaints with them either. The only shortcoming the crosswinds have is when you initially put them together, the wiring for the toe brake sensors, it's very easy to accidentally plug them into the wrong, put the plugs on the wrong contacts. So I had everything offset one pin to the left, and it was fucking with my sensors. Like, everything was out of whack, and I thought, oh shit, my pedals are defective, I only just got them, oh, it's a big tragedy, I'm gonna have to return them. And then I double-checked my wiring, and I realized, oh, I've got them wired wrong. Fixed the wiring, no problem since. So that is the only caution I would give people with the crosswinds, is be careful how you wire them, make extra sure you're putting things on the right contacts, and if you're getting weird inputs on them, double check your wiring, because you may have done it wrong like I did. It's the only caution, only complaint, only anything I have with the crosswinds. They are fucking phenomenal. I was not paid to say this. I am not sponsored. I get nothing from MFG. I don't even get a discount. I'm saying this because it is a good product. They are well made. The guy that makes them cares. Their customer service is good. I mean, it might be a little slow at times because it's basically a two-man in a... Well, I think it's a one-man in a shed operation, but... fantastic. If like, that's the thing on this stream, guys. If you hear me singing something's praises, I'm not sponsored by anyone. If I am sponsored by somebody at some point, I'll tell you, but I find that very unlikely, especially with how outspoken I am. If I don't like something, I won't be shy about saying it. But if you hear me spruiking something on stream, it's because I genuinely think it's a good product, or I genuinely believe in it. So the crosswind pedals, the Virpil HOTAS setup, I genuinely think this is excellent gear. I think it is worth the extra price, especially given the build quality. I had my Virpil throttle apart a couple of weeks ago to change the tension on the throttle. So with the Virpil throttles, to do that, you simply take the base plate off and tighten some nuts on the interior of the throttle. You don't need to unplug anything, don't need to whatever. So it's not an external adjustment like the Warthog had, but I also found the Warthog's friction wheel got very sloppy over time to the point where it didn't do anything. These, you take the base plate off, you adjust 2 nuts, 1 per throttle. So you can have differential tension on the throttles if you want. If you want to run this permanently split throttle and you want to have one really tense and the other one really light, you can do that. And adjust them individually. But I had the throttle apart to do that, to adjust the tension, and it's beautiful. It's like a work of art. It is honestly like a work of art. Coming from the Thrustmaster stuff, which is like, it looks like a rat's nest. There's hot glue everywhere. There's often plastic shavings. So some of that would have been from my push-through detent that I modified on my old Warthog throttle, but some of it was actually from the screw holes. The screw holes that hold the base on. There was actually excess plastic sloughing off of those every time I tightened or loosened the screws. And it was like there was just crap in there. Virpil stuff, little to no hot glue. The cable management's very good. The wires are actually bundled together properly and like they don't really pinch or bind. Some people have had issues with pinching or binding. That might be on the older throttles, but mine, no issues. No issues at all. The sticks as well. The way that the sticks are done, the contacts are on a loose cable. So don't do what Josh Neckes did. He didn't, he was coming from, I think, a Warthog, so he didn't realize that this would be an issue, but he just kind of pushed it down and the contacts didn't line up, so he gave it a bit more push like you would with a Warthog, and it bent a couple of the pins, and Virpil fixed it for him right away. But just be aware with the Virpil sticks, that plug is loose. So what you do is you pull the plug loose out the bottom of the stick. There's a bit of slack in it. So you pull the plug out of the bottom of the stick, you plug it into the contacts, and then you put the stick on the base. And the reason that's done is because the Virpil sticks allow you to change the angle of the stick. So my Constellation at the moment is angled about a ½ degree left. Normally I'd have it angled further left, but because of my desktop setup, that's more or less keeping my arms straight. The way I've got it sitting. So if I had this on a center mount, I'd angle it maybe 5 degrees left or something, 5-10 degrees left, and it would be perfect. So you can do that. There's a locking collar on the base. You just loosen that off. There's like a little locking screw for it too, like a grub screw. Undo the grub screw, undo the locking collar, turn it a bit, tighten down the locking screw, tighten down the grub screw. It won't move. Fucking excellent. Like, just simming has taught me, spend big, spend once. I made the mistake of spending less on the pedals. It bit me. I made the mistake of... The Warthog at the time I bought it was like the go-to hotness. But the fact I had such bad issues with it... I know not everyone has the same issues. A lot of guys have had their Warthogs for 10 years with no problems. I tend to fly a lot more fighters and do a lot more dogfighting than guys that fly modern jets. So I feel like I kind of put mine through the ringer. I think I had about 3,000 hours on it, 3,500 hours on it, of mostly DCS Cold War and World War II stuff. So that's, like, I'm not bashing it around and throwing it off the desk, but it's getting a thorough workout, and it added up very quickly. So, you know, your mileage may vary, but I find that even with the Warthog being the amazing hotness it was when I bought it, already by that point, Thrustmaster were resting on their laurels, and now Verpal stuff is just god tier. Fucking god tier. Holy shit. VKB I've heard good things about. I was very close to getting a VKB stick instead of the Constellation. So the Constellation was my backup option. My ideal world would be a Verpal T50, or actually maybe even an MCG gunfighter, because the T50 doesn't have a slew sensor on it. It's kind of the weird thing with Verpal is they put a slew sensor on the throttle, but not the stick, even on their Russian-style HOTAS. And the Russian-style HOTAS should have the slew sensor on the fucking stick, maybe another one on the throttle. But yeah, the T50 on a center mount, a floor center mount with like an 80 centimeter extension or something ridiculous, like an actual fucking MiG-21 setup or a MiG-29 setup. I can't do that. I don't have enough space, don't have enough money. So I need something that I can have on the desktop. I don't have any mounts, and I don't really... Mounts aren't really an option for me at the moment. So desktop cancelled the T50 because it's too tall. Won't work. So then I was looking at the VKB MCG Ultimate. And the nice thing about that is you can actually change out some of the hats. So you can replace hats with slews. You can replace slews with hats, whatever. So that was what really got my attention. It's about the same height as the Warthog on a desk mount. So I was going to get that, just have it sit on the desktop, change out the trim. For some reason, their trim is a slew, and their fucking... Where the slew would be is a fucking hat. So I was going to swap those around. And I would literally have like the sort of MiG-29 and up Soviet or Russian fighter stick set up on my desktop. Unfortunately, VKB's storefront system, they have storefronts in each continent. So the stick that I wanted was the MCG Ultimate with all the extra bells and whistles printed in Russian, because I fly Red Force stuff, right? And I can speak just enough to get myself in trouble, so I wanted it printed in Russian. You know, all the text on the stick. Can't get that in the Australian storefront. I couldn't get the particular version I wanted, and I couldn't get it printed in anything except English, which bummed me out. I couldn't get them to send it out from the American storefront. I kind of afterwards realized I could have had a friend in North America, you know, give VKB their address and then have them mail it out. But that's just adding cost and hassle and adding delay to the process of it getting here. You know, it's going to probably take 2 weeks to get dispatched to them, and then another, 2 to 4 weeks to get to me, probably 4 weeks from North America. So in the end, I just said, you know what, fuck it, I'll go with the Connie Alpha. It does have the slew sensor. It's a little awkwardly placed, but I'm getting used to it. So it has a slew sensor there, which is really useful. You know, on my 4th gen Soviet aircraft, that's my TDC. On my Viggen, that's my control stick for the RB05, while I use the throttle for the radar control stick. On the MiG-23, that will be the control stick for the Kha-23 or the Myotka system, the close combat system, where you slew the R60 heads directly. I am still planning to convert my actual real-life MiG-23 stick to use as a MiG-23 and MiG-21 HOTAS in DCS, but that is a very long process, because I know nothing about electrical engineering, and that is going to require some electrical engineering. It's also going to require some frozen screws getting unfrozen without me breaking it. The biggest delay on that so far, it's been like 2 years at this point, I think, has been screws. The screws in the base of the 21 stick are stuck, so I can't do it with the 21 stick without breaking something or drilling out a screw. And the 23 stick has more buttons anyway, which makes it ideal for both aircraft. But the 23 stick has some frozen screws elsewhere, which are going to make it a pain to rewire it. So it will happen eventually. I don't know when. Maybe now I've got my magic pills. I can actually get shit done. We'll see. It might end up happening sooner rather than later, but I do want to do that still. And once it comes to that, I'm going to need some sort of control board for it. And you know what? You know who makes control boards for HOTAS stuff? Fucking Verpal. Best on the market. They make the little chipsets you plug into stuff. That's what Hiramachi used for his F100 throttle and his his replica MiG-29 stick, which he's using an actual 21 stick on the top of it at the moment. So he got the MiG-29 set up from, what's his name? Paweł Gestiewicki or something like that. Polish guy. It's a man in a shed operation, but he makes really nice 3D printed replica MiG-29 setups and the chair and everything. So Hero got one of those, and then he ended up modifying a MiG-21 stick to fit on it, and he uses an F100 throttle. And he's also got about half of a MiG-21 cockpit as well. He's got the weapon control panel from a MiG-21M. He's got the RWR and countermeasures panels from an F8 Crusader. And I think he's got something else now as well he picked up. He's building like this wonderful Mixmaster Cold War sim pit with bits from everything. It looks awesome. But he uses Virpil boards for those. Simple sim pit, yeah, that's him. Don't make those anymore. The boards, I'm pretty sure they do. They were still advertising them when I bought my stuff, so I'm pretty sure they do. They are like the go-to for building sim pits, so I would imagine they wouldn't stop making them because it's too good of a market for them. Buy once, cry once is solid advice at a lot of things, I feel like. Yeah, definitely. So, you know, I spent, what, 200 on the TFRPs. I think it was actually more. It was like 250 on the TFRPs because Australia tax. You know, shipping, bulk shipping doesn't cost that much. So 250 pedals, and then the Warthog at the time I bought it was about 600, I think, or 650. So that's damn near 900 bucks I spent on HOTAS and pedals, and it lasted me 6 months for the pedals. I mean, I used them for longer. They were kind of vaguely workable for about a year and a half, but so the pedals broke after 6 months. The Warthog throttle broke after a year. The Warthog stick just got sloppy and awful, and then finally the trim hat broke. The sensor went after about 2 years. The reason I got the Virpil stick is because the Warthog trim hat sensor just died on me. Replacement trim hat sensors, it's a fucking, 4-way switch on the Warthog. It's not even a 5-way, it's a 4-way on the Warthog. Maybe 8. But it doesn't have a press function. That replacement part from Thrustmaster is $50 fucking US. $50 US for a simple 4 or 8-way hat switch. They use the cheapest components. Yeah, it's 4 microswitches and a plastic housing. Thrustmaster use like 2-cent parts and then charge $50 for replacements. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know, with Virpil, you're paying because you're buying quality components and quality construction, which is why I am now a happy Virpil customer and will remain so for the foreseeable future. There's no reason to buy Thrustmaster anymore, in my opinion. I know, like, your mileage may vary. If you fly the A10 a lot, the Warthog setup's probably the best you're going to get for, you know, for the foreseeable future, because it's the only one that's really that heavily specialized to the A10. But if you fly anything that isn't the A10, and particularly if you fly anything that isn't Blue 4 Gen 4, don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Go with Virpil. Go with VKB. I hear good things about them. I've heard So Low Blow had a lot of issues with their customer service. I don't know how much of that was just Low Blow and how much of that was their customer service. It's probably a bit of both. But he did have trouble with it, so he was really kind of stressing out about that situation. It wasn't good. I've heard a lot of happy customers with the MCG Ultimate, though. So maybe it was just because he had the NXT, I think, the Gladiator NXT, which is like the entry-level thing from memory. So it might have just been like, well, you bought the cheapest thing, you can get fucked. VKB Gladiator, like it so far, I got the simple one. Yeah, I mean, again, like, quality control is going to vary just by the nature of it being what it is. Some people get lucky, some people get unlucky. I tend to get lucky with PC parts. Like, Beepski Mark 1 was a trooper. My PCs usually last longer than most people's. Even with Beepski Mark 2. Beepski Mark 1 was about 7 or 8 years old. 7 or 8 years old since the last motherboard replacement when I got Beepski Mark 2. And there were parts in Beepski Mark 1 that were close to 15 years old. So that PC was a fucking trooper. And it still works. Like, that, the PC still works. I just upgraded because DCS needed Windows 10 and, like, it would have been marginal performance. So, I'm usually pretty lucky with PC parts, but I'm pretty unlucky with HOTAS parts, it seems. So, yeah, buy once, cry once. I spent $900 on the Warthog and the paddles, and I spent another 400-ish on the crosswinds, although you guys helped me with the crosswinds. I would not have been able to buy them, and I wouldn't have been able to buy the Virpil stuff either, plus the board which Quantum Monk very graciously sent me. So the Virpil button panel I've got with the landing gear control stick, that was sent by Quantum Monk. Didn't ask me to pay anything, he just said, you know what, I got a spare, you can have it. Sent it through to me, so I got that. That was my first Virpil product. And then the T50 SM3 throttle I bought myself, and obviously with help from you guys, and the Constellation Alpha and the Warbird base I bought with help from you guys. So I spent, again, with help from you guys through donations and subs, I spent 400-ish, probably for probably $1,200, plus another component that would have been close to another $200-300 if I'd paid for it. So yeah, it's like $1,500-1,600 versus $900. But you know what? I would have rather spent $1,600 up front than spend $900 and then add $1,600 anyway. Buy once, cry once. Crosswinds are on year 7, not a single issue. I can believe it. Like, looking at the design of the crosswinds, there's not a lot there to go wrong. They're really, really well designed, really well made. Thrustmaster Hornet Grip's a marginal improvement over the Warthog. More clicky too. Remains to be seen how long it'll last. What's the tailpiece like? Because, in fact, give me a moment. I still have it. My Warthog is one day when I have the time and the energy to do it, and nothing else to distract me. I'm going to clean off the Warthog. It's got my hand gunk all over it. I'm pretty bad about maintaining things, I'm going to be real. I clean my rifles religiously, but like my HOTAS gear, it doesn't really get cleaned much. My PC doesn't, like, my PC's full of dust already. I need to hit that, whatever. But I'm going to clean all the hand gunk off the Warthog. There's some rust pitting on the actual grip because I have dirty, sweaty hands. Whatever. Gives you extra grip. It's an improvement. It gives you extra grip. It's like checkering, right? But I'll clean it off, get all the hand gunk out of it, try and get it as close to spotless as I can. I can't do anything about the sensors. I'm not spending to fix them. I'm not going to fucking try and rewire them myself. I'll break it worse. But I'll find someone in the community who could use a Warthog, even a broken one. You know, it's even a broken Warthog's an upgrade from a broken T16000 or a fucking broken X52. And T16000 and X52s like to break. I know that firsthand for the X52 and through several of my friends for the T16000. So what I'll do is I'll probably find someone in the community that could use it. I don't want to sell it. Like, it would make good sense, especially me being kind of poor. It would make good sense to sell it, and I should sell it. But I'm the kind of person that I'm like, yo, dude, like, have this. Don't even pay for shipping. I'll send it. Just have this. So I'll probably do that. We'll find someone that can't afford to upgrade themselves, but could use an upgrade, and we'll chuck it their way, I think. But yeah, what I got onto that tangent with, holy fuck. Bro, I can remember where tangents come from now. Like, I can actually go back to where my thoughts were before I got on the tangent. Why wasn't I on meth years ago? This shit's fucking amazing. Anyway, let me just grab the Warthog grip and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here we have a Thrustmaster Warthog grip. I don't know if the camera's going to focus in on it real well. You got your locking screw here. It's interesting. You can see there's a hole there. There's actually 3 holes around it. Like they were thinking of putting grub screws in. Like they were thinking of making it have locking screws. And then they just didn't. Interesting. Because they're not lightning holes. I don't know why you'd want to lighten this. This piece here, this little bit, that extends down and has the plug on it. This is the tailpiece. The tailpiece is a separate component. Oh, you're going to see just how dirty this thing is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, it's gross. Close your eyes if you're sensitive. Like I said, I got sweaty hands. This tailpiece, it's not doing it now because before this thing broke, I tightened it back down. But after a bit of heavy use, and I don't mean like heavy, I mean just normal use, really, this tailpiece becomes loose because there's a, I don't know if you can see, there's a screw hole there, and there's a screw hole there. So this screw, and there's another one there, but that's above the tailpiece. So this screw is just a pass-through. It just goes through and holds the two sides of the casing together. It doesn't screw directly onto the tailpiece. This one also a pass-through. So there's no external screw that holds the tailpiece in as such. This pass-through here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's take it apart. I'm going to launch the trigger spring again, but the trigger spring isn't the real trigger spring anyway. It's a fucking pen spring because I launched the original trigger spring trying to fucking repair the thing, which is the other problem with the Warthog. You have to take it apart to adjust this tailpiece, and in doing so, the trigger spring will liberate itself out the window. Somewhere in my old flat in Bathurst is a Warthog trigger spring. I don't know where. I never found it. Somewhere in this flat is a pen spring, which was my replacement trigger spring. There is a second pen spring in here, which is about to get fucking yeeted. But I'll show you guys what I mean, if this is the right size screwdriver. Oh no, I'm fucking retarded. Sorry. It's a hex head, not a fucking Phillips. That's the other thing. Oh no, these are hex heads as well. I don't know why I thought it was a Phillips. Let me just sort crap on my desk. Give me a moment. Where are my fucking Allen keys? Here we go. Going to sleep? Sorry for boring you to sleep, Anctus. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good sleep, man. Good to see you as always. Is this the right size? No, this is too big. Bro, where the fuck did my Warthog one go? Here it is. Right, so Allen key. We are going to start by taking the top of the casing off. You've got to take this top part off. So this bridges the two halves. There is a seam that runs more or less down the center of the stick. Likewise on the back, seam runs down the center of the stick. This top piece holds it on. So you got to undo that first. That is four hex head screws to get that top piece off. What we got? Ah! That's Hungai, I think. Which is like a Chinese Mongolian folk rock band. Everyone knows the Who, the Hungarian, the fucking Mongolian. The Mongolian like metal band, everyone knows the Who, but Hungai are not very well known in the West. Well, they are a bit, they've toured a few times, but like they're not a household name, but they're really, really good. Yink put me onto them, so thank you, Yink, for expanding my musical horizons. Also, fellow step people music. Kind of reminds me of home in a way. Same sort of place, I guess. It kind of gives you the same sort of feelings. So, top cover's off. This is actually quite similar to the way that the real MIG sticks are laid out. They've got a separate top cover, and then they don't unscrew the casing in halves. The casing is a one-piece casting on those. So, we now have this. This is the index button. I pinched the wire on this. It still works, but I nearly snapped the wire on this because I accidentally didn't check that this wasn't sitting on one of these fucking guides. And so as I screwed the top on, it fucking crimped the wire really badly. So I'm surprised this button still fucking works. That just sits in there so it pops out. And you've got access to the wiring for the trim hat. Hot glue. Fucking hot glue. This motherfucker does not pop out the top. It's held in by a separate piece. So this front panel, this whole front panel is a separate piece as well. I would have to remove the whole panel to get the individual sensors out. We're not disassembling that this far today. We're not doing it today. But yeah, like you can't just look. I'm not sure about the Constellation. I think on the Constellation you probably have to take it a fair ways apart to get the sensors out too. I can tell you in the real MiG sticks, the real like actual aircraft sticks, each button, switch, sensor, whatever, has a very small like locking screw that holds it in. You can take them out individually. It's much better, much easier. Anyway, so we got our Warthog now. We're gonna take it in 2 halves, which means I have to undo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more screws, right? One of them is a trigger axis screw. The top one is a trigger axis screw. So that is what holds the trigger in position. So the trigger will pop loose as I separate the 2 halves of the stick out. That's the issue, is trying to get the trigger spring lined up and get the trigger sitting in its recess that it hinges on, and then like screw it in without the fucking trigger popping loose and launching the spring is a fucking nightmare. Can we get full screen? Oh god, you'll see what a mess my flat is. Sure, hang on. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I'm not going to pull the green screen. Like, trust me, you don't want to see behind me. But yeah, you can get full screen. Let me just reopen chat so I can see what you guys are saying. I don't need to see myself. I see too much of myself already. So we'll undo these. Oh, fuck me, that's gross. This one's just full of fucking gamer gunk. I don't know how, since I haven't fucking used this since I got the new stick. Shit. I just vacuumed my fucking flat as well. God damn. Alright, well, we're just gonna... My life is a mess. We're gonna... exile the gamer gunk to the floor so I can vacuum it up later. Before I grind it into the fucking carpet. Oh, that's fucking... What the fuck, cunt? How is that so dirty? How is that so dirty? I haven't even used it since I had it apart last. Can't even see the screw head. Ugh. The irony of somebody who has, like, every civilian job I've had... yeah, every civilian job I've had, I've been a cleaner of some description or other. The irony of me, like, not cleaning up after myself and my own flat being a fucking ecological hazard should be lost on nobody. It's like plumbers, right? Plumbers always have fucked up plumbing. Mechanics, their cars are always fucking bombs. Like, you can't be fucked by the time you get home from work. Bro, is that even a screw head? Did I lose that screw? No, that is a screw head. It's just so gunked up that the fucking key can't get purchase on it. I think. How is it so fucked? Like, legit, how is it so fucked? I am gonna need my my Phillips head drivers just so I can clean the fucking thing out. Reason number 2, I play DCS with gloves. That's a big brain move. I really should, like, probably use gloves when I handle shit because of how, like, gross and sweaty I am. But I'm kind of lazy with that shit. Oh, that's fucked. Come on. Oh, of course this is the one fucking screw I tightened down with my special person strength as well. Can't get purchase on it. I don't think I stripped it, but it's like I just can't get the fucking key into it. Come on. Is it already loose, maybe? Oh, shit, yeah, it was already loose. Okay, never mind. Never fucking mind. Just gotta get it out. There we go. Finally! Blacksmith's house, wooden knives, yeah. Yeah, it's true though. It's part of the reason I want to stop being a fucking cleaner. Not just because I don't like cleaning up after other people, I do it out of necessity. But because I need to clean up after myself. Like, and I just don't. I want to be able to fucking take joy in cleaning up my own house again. Instead of viewing it as, oh, fuck, not this shit again. I do enough of this at work. I'm not even being paid to do it here. There's also, so there's a C-clip retained pin. I'll show you in a sec once I get these screws out. There's a C-clip retained pin that holds the paddle switch in. And that's kind of a cunt to get on or off. So I usually, like when I was tightening down the tailpiece, this is probably part of the reason I launched the spring, to be fair. You know, to not shit on Thrustmaster for shit that's my fault. This pin here, there's a C-clip on this side and there's like a rubber washer on this side. It won't show up because it's black. It's the same color as the stick, but there's a very small rubber ring here. So, I, in my typical lazy fashion, would just pull the two halves apart enough that it would then pivot around that pin. So I wouldn't have to take that pin out and reassemble the fucking paddle and shit. Probably not the best idea. May have pinched a few wires doing it. Probably not, though, to be fair. If they got pinched, it was because they were already in a bad spot. But yeah, like that's... It's a chore to get this thing apart, put it that way. And that rubber washer, or... Yeah, I think it's rubber. It feels almost like hard plastic. I think it's just really hardened rubber. It's black and it's like 5mm across, so it's extremely easy to lose, like all the other fucking important parts of this thing. So then this comes out. It is... Oh, it is a captive pin. Okay, so it's a captive pin. That comes out. Or at least I think it's captive. Yeah, it is. It's... You won't be able to see it, but this end's captive, so you pull it through. So how you actually get the paddle out, you'd pull the C-clip itself off, but we don't need to do that today. So we got this in two halves. We're going to... Did I miss a fucking screw somewhere? No, it's just stuck. The hand gunk is gluing it together. There we go. Right panel comes off. Normally the left panel would come off, I think. Oh no, I'm wrong. It's the right that comes off. So this is the right panel. Again, it's kind of gross inside. That's why I'm going to clean it before I give it to whoever gets it. But right panel. See these holes? These are where the screws I pointed out go in. And one of these... No, it's on the other half, sorry. So we'll put that here. God help me if this trigger pops loose again. That's the inside of the Warthog. Hot glue everywhere because Thrustmaster love their hot glue. More hot glue there because why not hot glue there? Yeah, sure, cool. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't hot glue these contacts because on the throttle, all of the plugs inside the throttle are hot glued into the fucking contacts. So if you need to fucking swap one of these wires around for whatever reason, you got to be real careful about how you do it. This tape was... I don't remember if that was my doing. I don't think it was. I think that's factory. I'm pretty sure that tape's factory. I don't think I put tape in there. There's a trigger. So you can see there's 2 springs. Oh, that's for the full detent. Okay, so that's your trigger press. When that gets pressed in, the trigger actually fires. That yellow one there is depressed by the big trigger spring. Can you see it? That big trigger spring depresses the top yellow switch, which is your first stage trigger detent. The bottom yellow switch, which you probably can't see because it's behind that tape, but right there, that's your full trigger. And then above that, there's a very small spring, which is a pen spring in this case, because that was the only thing I had that was the right size after much bending and twisting and cutting it down. There's a pen spring there, which is the trigger return. If you only have the big spring in here, you've got no what's the right word? Creep, I guess. There's no creep between trigger in its natural state and the first detent. So you touch it and it goes to the first detent. If that makes sense. Like I'm a 2-stage trigger guy. I fucking hate single stages. So I like a bit of creep in my trigger. Bit of creep, take up pressure, then bang. Like my Enfield has probably one of my favorite triggers on earth. Fucking Enfield triggers are amazing for a military rifle especially. But so I tried using it without the pen spring. Didn't work. Like it was shit without that pen spring. So I bent that in. Getting that spring to sit in that recess is a fucking nightmare. Even the original trigger spring doesn't fit in that recess very well. It has to be fully compressed when you put it in, and it will launch itself. Because if you don't line this up perfectly and get that trigger sitting in the right pinhole, it will just flop out and out goes the spring. So getting that pen spring to sit in there, especially because it's stiffer steel than the original spring, it was like a fucking 3-handed operation, and of course I'm doing this by myself, to try and compress the spring, get it over the guide rod on the back of the trigger, get it into the fucking guide recess in the stick, and then, well, it's not a recess even, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It's not even a recess. There's like a little lip there, which holds it from going downwards, and then there's a flat plate here, which is what it actually presses against. So that spring is held in place by friction and compression right now. If I touch that spring in the slightest way or touch the trigger while the fucking other half of the stick's off, that spring is going to just flop out and launch itself out the side of the stick because there is nothing stopping it. There's nothing stopping it from flying out the side. Like, to get it in that position, I had to compress it, kind of hook it over that lip, and then try and press it in and get it to hold steady, while also depressing the trigger, while also getting the other half of the stick on. Like I said, it was this fucking 3-handed job. Took me, well, not hours, but it took me like an hour and a half to do it. It was awful. Anyway, the reason we disassembled this, before I get too sidetracked, this tailpiece. You'll notice there's a through hole there. That's for remember the external screw I pointed out that holds the casing halves together? That's where that goes through. So you've got one external screw that's holding the casing halves together, and the screw threads go through that hole. The silver bit is the tailpiece, the black bit is the actual stick itself. It's not going to show up on camera probably, but there's about 1 millimeter or 2 of play between the guide, what do you call it, like the guide flange on the stick that dovetails into the tailpiece and the tailpiece screw hole itself. There's like 1 millimeter there. I can get my fingernails into that easily. There's a gap, right? There's a gap. On the other side, you have kind of similar, but you have a screw that's actually holding in the tailpiece, and there's a washer. I think that's grounding, actually. I think that's a ground, because you've got the wire coming off the back of that. But that is the only thing that's actually holding the tailpiece tight. So after enough use, you get this situation where I can actually artificially demonstrate it by loosening that off like half a turn. In fact, it's already a bit loose, just because I've been playing with it. But you get this situation where you get play between the stick itself and the tailpiece, and it gets worse and worse and worse the longer you leave it, and there's a little bit of lateral play as well, but not as much. But you get a lot of longitudinal play in it. So you're taking up about 5 degrees of slack before you get any movement out of the actual cams, or fucking whatever the Warthog uses, gimbal, whatever. You've got about 5 degrees of slack to take up before you get any, maybe not 5, like 3 degrees of slack before any control input happens. This is a fucking pain in the ass in a fighter. Like in BFM sort of shit, this is no bueno. Because you have to start pulling the stick before you want to pull the stick, if that makes any sense. And the only way to correct this, is to open up the casing, come to this screw here, and tighten the fucking piss out of it. Like, I tightened this to the point, like, we're beyond finger tight. I tightened it to the point where I could feel the Allen key bending. And that got me about a couple months before it loosened again. So if you look now, I can't move it because I tightened it down, but give it a couple months of heavy use and that shit's gonna back out again, and this is gonna become an issue. Because that second screw, the external one, the through screw that goes through here, that's not actually holding it there. It's just, it's holding it on these lugs, but there's enough fucking play between these lugs that it doesn't matter anyway, because it's still gonna fucking move. So yeah, that's my rant about the design of the Warthog stick. It's, for the price it is, and you can see there where I pinch the wires on that. I don't know if it'll show up, but there's like a trough in each of them. It nearly broke the wires on both. Thankfully it didn't, but that's because when I put it back together, I didn't check to make sure that this wire was fully over this hump, like this guide hump, and then through here. And it's very easy for that to happen because this wire has so much fucking slack in it. Even when the button's in properly, the wire has so much slack in it that, like, you know, it's just a bad design, dude. It's a bad design. Anyway, let's get it back together before I start losing parts. Or losing my fucking mind, whichever happens first. So we'll get that back in. I usually leave relocating this button to last, so we'll just let that hang loose for now, and we'll start putting the casing screws back in, and then we'll fix the through pin for the paddle, and then we'll do that last. And I've got to remember which fucking screws go where. The long one is for the trigger, so that goes in the top. Then I think the rest are all the same length. The top screws are the shortest for the top casing. I know which hole that fucking screw came from because it's gross. I think the long screw is the trigger. I'm pretty sure the long screw is the trigger. It's not the bottom. The bottom screw is only short. All loose and easily pinched wires? Yep. Yeah, like I said, Thrustmaster build quality just ain't there. Thrustmaster was a good option back in the fucking 90s and early 2000s when there were no alternatives. Like, but for the quality of their products, or lack thereof, I would be dropping my prices if I were them. I would either improve my fucking designs and my quality assurance, or I would drop my prices. Because, like, at the price it costs to get a fucking new Warthog, especially after COVID and after the chip shortages and everything, just buy fucking Virpil. Or VKB, or Winwing even. Like, you know, buy anyone that isn't Thrustmaster, because you're going to get equivalent or better fucking quality out of it, and probably more functions too. Like, it's just, they rested on their laurels too long. And a lot of the, like, as you saw with this, a lot of it's not just quality control, it's engineering. They're not very well engineered. They don't improve their designs. Like the Warthog HOTAS, I don't believe has changed since it was released. Look at Virpil. You got the T50, you got the T50 SM, T50 SM2, T50 SM3. Like their throttles are on the 3rd or 4th revision now. Even within a series, like a T50 SM2 has an early and a late series throttle, and they have different button layouts. Virpil improves their shit continuously. Thrustmaster haven't fucking improved shit. Like the Warthog today, if you buy one today, is almost exactly the same as when it originally came out. I think they changed a few of the actual hats, like the shape of the hat buttons, to make them slightly more ergonomic, but that's all they've done. And the other thing as well is, it's a metal stick. It's Zamac, it's pot metal. It's not like steel or anything, it's fucking Zamac. But it is a metal stick, it's got some nice weight to it. If somebody broke into my flat, and this was the first thing I reached for, I'd be up on a manslaughter charge. Because you could brain someone with this fucking thing. Having some weight, yeah, that's nice. Especially like with a desktop setup like me, where I can't screw shit into my desk, so I rely on the weight of the thing to hold it there. It's nice to have some weight. But it's not great quality metal, and the engineering's not great. Is it really that important to have an all-metal stick when plastic does the job just as well? I mean, I know plastic's bad for the environment. We've had a few rants about that fairly recently, but so is manufacturing pot metal, because it uses alloys of all sorts of nasty shit that's bad for fucking smelting. So yeah, I don't think there's much point buying Thrustmaster stuff in current year. And the whole, oh, it's real metal appeal is just, I don't see it. I really don't see it. I mean, if you want to LARP as a fighter pilot and the thing being metal is that important to you, sure, but for me, it doesn't make a difference. What matters to me is functionality. If it works well, if it's well constructed, if it doesn't break on me after a few months of use, that's what matters to me. And again, that's why I am now a happy Virpil customer. They didn't pay me to say that. Nobody pays me shit. I'm open to, I mean, honestly, it is kind of selling out to the whole capitalism thing, but if somebody wants to fucking sponsor me, and they are not scared of me disliking one of their products and saying so, then if it's something I believe in, then sure. Fucking Virpil, MFG, hit me up. Happily. Because they make stuff that works, they make stuff that I believe in, and I will happily sell it to people, because I don't want people to make the same mistake I did, where they buy $900 worth of gear off fucking Thrustmaster and it don't work. You know? Consider me here to help guide you as a consumer to not make bad decisions. Regardless of whether it nets me a profit or not, I don't care. I don't want you guys making the same mistakes I did. Windwing's pretty solid. I beat the hell out of the Libra base with external springs. I've heard mixed reports on Windwing. So I've heard reports that, you know, oh, this pinches easily or that pinches easily, or, you know, these sensors are not the best or whatever. But most people I've spoken to at length that use Windwing stuff seem pretty happy with it. Like, a lot of the complaints are fairly minor. And since Virpil and VKB both tend to cater towards, you know, like Eastern European kind of, or traditional Red 4 kind of markets, you know, being, Virpil's a Belarusian company, I think, and I think VKB is, actually VKB might be Chinese, I'm not sure where they're based. But either way, they cater more towards traditional Red 4. It's good to see that Windwing are making alternatives to Blue 4 guys, because Blue 4 guys really do need better HOTAS gear. They need a lot of things, but they definitely need better HOTAS gear that doesn't give up on them. So it's good to see that. Yeah, VKB is technically Chinese, yeah. Alright, we just got the little captive pin to put back in for the paddle switch, and then this thing's back together. I'm going to have to take it apart again sometime soon to clean it, but just for the time being we'll reassemble it so I don't lose anything. Oh, and getting this captive pin back in, by the way, is a fucking bitch, because the holes never line up properly. I don't really have a hammer. Not on hand, but I can use the fucking edge of my desk. Okay, maybe I can't. It should be lined up. Why is it not going in? Ah! This is why I didn't like taking this pin down, and I preferred to just use it as a pivot point to open the thing up like a fucking AR-15. Because once that pin is out, the cunt never goes back in. It doesn't line up properly. I do have a hammer somewhere. Is it in this drawer? No, it's in this one. I forgot I had that in there. That's not a good noise. How is it not lined up? Bro, go in there. Oh, the fucking... There we go. There we go. Jesus Christ. Gentle persuasion saves the day. It's the washer of the pin. On the pin, it gets stuck in the O-ring slot. Yeah, it did. That's exactly what just happened. So I probably mangulated it slightly by wailing on it with a hammer, but whatever. My advice would be not to take that pin apart unless absolutely necessary, because it's just such a pain. AIM-9Ps are underperforming in Max G. They have listed 16 as Max G pull. New 9J corrects it, pulling up 22G, which is a correct. Huh. 9P is going to get a lot more dangerous then. Because the 9P is already pretty... Like, if you're not stupid or new to the game, we won't say... New players have an excuse. People who've been playing for fucking longer than I have and still say that the missiles suck. That's a skill issue on their part. But it's already risky in a dogfight against somebody with 9Ps if they know what they're doing. Because they'll just extend enough, just enough, like about 1.2 kilometers, so a bit under a mile, you can make a shot. An uncaged shot. It's pretty sketchy, but you can make it. And it will hit. Sometimes, usually, like probably 70% of the time. Why are you so huge? We were doing a takedown in more ways than one on the Warthog. So we'll go back to the... actually, what we'll do is we'll go to the waiting screen briefly, because I'm probably going to swap games. So bear with me, guys. I think that's filled our DCS quota for today. That's actually a lot longer than I was planning to stream for, let alone play DCS, but we'll stick with it. Why are you paused? Unpause, please. I don't know what we'll do next. We might do some Flight Sim, I think. I do want to kind of do some Gunner Heat PC today, but we might do that last, or after Flight Sim at least. I do want to do some more DCS Mosquito as well, so I'm going to have to find a new World War II haunt to hang out at. I was toying with doing some more today, but... yeah, maybe next time. Can you open the image on my phone? Sure. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh god. Maybe not on my phone because I just accidentally clicked out of the fucking Twitch app. Shit. Can you resend the link so it pops back up on here? Tried the F-16 after update. I haven't flown the F-16 for probably a couple months. RCR Oliveira, by the way, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I know that alert was like nearly 2 hours ago, but even with the magical power of Dexies, my attention span is not quite that good. Thank you. Let's have a look at this. Yes, I want to go have a look at this picture. Oh yeah, that's pretty significant. That is pretty fucking significant. Interesting. So the 9Js, that'll be quite cool though, because you can, with the 9Js, you can get rid of the 9Ps, especially if they give them to the fucking F5 and the A10, which they should because they both carried them. Get rid of the 9P entirely and the 9P5. Go to the 9J. The 9J has similar or same rocket impulse to the AIM-9B, but it turns better and has a better seeker. So that does bring the missile range down a bit. You no longer have BVR aim 9 shots going on like you do with the 9P and 9P5. And then you've got almost a direct equivalent to the R13M1. Because the R13... Well, no, because magnitude weapons aren't coded really to what they should be at the moment. Something that needs to happen with the 21 rework, I think. But in theory, at least, the AIM 9J should be more or less equivalent to a R13M1. And an AIM 9D should be more or less equivalent to a R13M. And they look the same as each other, and that's, you know, that's for a good reason. They're not copies. The Soviet missiles diverge from the American ones internally, but externally they're very similar. And they have the same sort of aerodynamic upgrades to them, like the crank deltas on the 9J and the R13M1. So yeah, that would actually be a good setup. I still want to do the R3S and R55 versus AIM 9B setup, because I think that would be a lot of fun. I think that would challenge a lot of people, myself included, to improve their BFM. I kind of miss when it was like that on DCS Bush War. But I also feel like you could have that weapon set. That's your early weapon set. You could have that on Caucasus maybe. And then on Syria, you could have AIM 9J versus R13M1. And then maybe have, like, I don't know if you'd still want to have Tomcats and MiG-29s in that, though. They could work something out, surely. I don't know, I just feel like the older missiles are more fun. They're more challenging. They encourage dogfights to happen more. Like, the 9P, at least, being rear aspect, you still have to get behind somebody to use it. But the 9P and the 9P5 are very, very good missiles. They very much outrange anything that Red has, except their actual BVR missiles, and even those are kind of sketchy at low altitude. Like at low alt, an R27 in pursuit will do maybe 5 kilometers, maybe. 5 to 7. Similar to a Sparrow, to be honest. Oh, actually, Sparrow's like 5 miles, I think, so about 10 Ks. So 5 to 7 kilometers for an R27 rear quarter shot at low alt. I've had AIM 9Ps connect at low alt rear quarter shots from about 5 kilometers away. So yeah, you're essentially at low altitude. You're essentially on a level playing field with the R27R in a lot of ways. Feel free to fact check me on that. I might be misremembering. The R27 might have a little bit better legs than that at low alt, but I don't remember ever connecting a shot more than about 5 to 7 kilometers away on a coast speed target. And realistically speaking, I know I hold my shots more than most people, so I will have higher hit rates but lower shot, like smaller shot envelopes. That's why my hit rate with all these missiles is so high, is because I wait until I'm either about to brush into NEZ or I'm within NEZ to fire. Like, even at high altitude, I wait until I'm within, no escape. But yeah, like, I feel like the mid-series Sidewinders and the R13s would be a really fun matchup. A really, really fun matchup. That does leave you with the problem of the Su-25 not... I mean, you could leave it with the R60s, maybe. You just don't want people to start using it as a fucking air-to-air aircraft. Like, once it's punched off its stores, yeah, sure, but you don't want people metagaming by having, like, A-10s or fucking Su-25s just rolling around doing pure air-to-air, because they have the best missiles. That'd be pretty fucking stupid. So I don't know. I know you can lure the missiles onto its server side. I know there are servers that do that, and it passes integrity or whatever, because the server's forcing it. I don't know if it's worth doing that with the R13s. I don't believe they were ever even wired to carry them. I don't think they could carry them operationally. And I'm going to be real, the Su-25, if it gets into a self-defense situation, especially against something that can't make front aspect IR shots, the Su-25 doesn't really need missiles to defend itself. I end up using the gun more than I use the missiles, because typically they will get too close, or, you know, they're flaring, so I'm just like, fuck it, gun it is. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that could be the way forwards for Enigma server. I feel like that could be a fun setup on an Alpen server as well. I feel like that's really the setup Alpen server has been waiting for. The kind of setup it was made for is 9J versus R13M1. I really think that would be good on Alpen's server, and I will attempt to persuade him to use that setup for as many missions as possible once the missiles are in. And hell, maybe we could even Lua code it so that we can start that now. Don't know. Because APOC's been doing a lot of good work for the server doing Lua stuff. ED should include regular R60 to Su-25, really? Yeah, I agree. I think anything that can carry the regular R60M, or sorry, that can carry the R60M should be able to carry the regular R60. I should probably launch Misfizz, or I'm going to be waiting another hour for it to boot up. I feel like anything that can carry the R60M should, by default, like, it makes no sense that it can't carry the R60, because the R60 is essentially just an R60M with a slightly weaker warhead and no cooling. That's the only difference. Like, it's not a big difference, my dude. If you fire the R60M on the Hind before it's had time to cool the Seeker, it's essentially an R60. Or it should be. I don't know if it actually functions like that in-game. So there is a caveat to that, though, which is that the magnitude weapons all need a review. And I will give it to Honza and Hummingbird on this. I think they're very drastically wrong on a lot of the points they were trying to make, but I will give them that the missiles do have some funky parameters that need looking at. So a while ago it was possible to make head-on shots with the base model R60. It would do it very close, like half the distance an R60M would get toned, you would be able to launch it, but it would do it and it would track. That got mostly fixed, mostly because me and Seal pushed for it, because it was kind of fucking up the Cold War server, Alpin server. It was making it too easy for Red. That's why I originally... Remember the drama where I said I asked for Alpin to remove the R60 and then Blue took that as a license to get all our other shit removed as well? That was why I asked to remove the R60. I could tell it was overperforming. It was making merges, like, too easy for Red, so I asked him to remove it until it was fixed. As soon as it was fixed... he didn't give it back right away, but he did give it back after the fix, and pretty much straight away, one of the people who is well known within certain circles for this kind of shit tried to protest against him adding it back because, you know, oh, it's all aspect, blah, 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 even though he knew full well it had just been reviewed to get rid of that shit. So... it's still possible to make, not front aspect shots. I have occasionally seen things that shouldn't do front aspect track. So I've seen, I'm pretty sure, an R3S track head-on. It was a freak accident. I've not been able to replicate it. Maybe if something is in burner and supersonic and God knows what else, maybe then. But I've never been able to replicate it, so I'm assuming it's a freak accident. It happens in DCS, right? I have seen, and this is the main issue I have with the magnitude missile still, aside from the flyout stuff you found, Super. So Super's been doing some pretty intensive testing with air-to-air missiles, mostly IR, and has found some pretty big discrepancies between the Mag-3 missile and ED missile flyouts, including between the R60 and the R60M. And they're not all in favor of magnitude. Let me put it that way. I'll make that clear. It's not like magnitude's weapons are ridiculously overperforming. It's swings and roundabouts. It goes both ways. But, for instance, the R13 is particularly noticeable with this, but the R60 does it too. Because the R13 shouldn't even, like, get close to making front aspect shots. If you make a rear or side rear aspect shot with the R13M or M1, or I think even with the R3S to a degree, to what degree it can track, if you... I don't know why I'm looking at the camera because I've got it on the fucking BRB screen. If you fire at a target that then turns into the missile, so the target turns head-on aspect to the missile, right? So it goes from a rear 3/4 shot or a fucking 3/9 shot along the wing line, which really those shouldn't be able to make anyway, to be honest, except maybe the R60, but the 13s I don't think should. If you make a rear 3/4 or a wing line shot, 90-degree aspect shot, and that target continues that turn into you and into the missile will continue tracking. So typically by the time it impacts, the missile is doing a 3/4 front aspect shot. So it's, you know, it's approaching from the 3/4 position of the front of the aircraft, which it really probably shouldn't be able to do. I've seen that pretty consistently with the Magnitude 3 missiles. The ED missiles do not do that. Obviously, the 60M is all aspect, so it will do that. It's supposed to. But if you take the AIM-9P, for instance, and you make a 3-9 shot, so like a 90-degree aspect shot on a target, which again, I don't know if it should be capable of that, but it is, so you know, we'll call it even. I don't have the flyout charts or the Seeker aspect charts for the Sidewinder, so I'm just guessing. If you make that shot and the target turns into it even 2 or 3 degrees, if the target is 2 or 3 degrees from perpendicular to that missile, the missile loses track. So if you've ever shot at somebody who's in the apex of a turn with an AIM-9P, and it looks like a guaranteed shot, you uncaged it perfectly, there's no way that missile can miss, and then the missile just goes, "Nah, see ya," and whizzes behind them or in front of them or whatever, or makes a hard turn suddenly, that's why they aspected it. And that's why quite often you'll see me in the F5 and I'll make a shot with the AIM-9P, and as soon as it comes off the rail, I'll be like, that was a fucking shit shot. Like, I know it's a shit shot, because I can tell straight away they're going to turn into it and aspect it. So that is one discrepancy with the Mag-3 missiles, is they continue tracking once the target turns into the missile, and they almost certainly shouldn't. I think that may also be related to the fact that those missiles produce tone even on a shot they won't hit. So you'll like, you've got a pure hot aspect target coming to you, you will get tone. A lot of people will hear tone and think, oh, it's going to hit, so they'll launch, and the missile just goes ballistic off the rail. Or, you know, it might make a half-assed attempt, but then just immediately goes dumb. With the Magnitude 3 missiles and the R3S, which I think there's a couple of versions of, there's, I think, an ED version and a Magnitude version, possibly. I'm not 100% sure. Because not even, like, I spoke to Overstratos about it. I asked him, like, do you know which version of the R3S the MiG-19 uses? I don't even think he was 100% sure whose missile it was. And he did some, like, he did a really nice remodel, like, visual model for the R3S. For the MiG-19, and then just didn't end up using it because they end up using the existing missiles that were in the game, which is a shame. I hope they can use that model upgrade sometime, because it needs it. But yeah, like, you'll see the missiles get tone on a head-on shot, they'll have no chance of hitting, and you'll see newer players fire and then wonder why they missed. But I think that behavior might be related. Having said that, tone is tied to the module more than the missile, and this is why the L39 struggles to get tone with the R60. Even the R60M, it struggles to pick up targets with it. It's because it's coded into the module. I believe this is why the Viggen's RB24s are inconsistent against the MiG-19 or against MiG-21s in certain power settings. It's a heat blur thing. So I think possibly the way that Heat Blur tried to give the impression of the missile seeker actively being distracted by clutter. So, you know, like, if you uncage in the Viggen, you'll see the seeker kind of zigzagging around. I don't think that's a missile search pattern. It might be, but I think that's partly the missile just looking at simulated clutter, or like bodged clutter. It's like Hotspot on the Harrier. It's not really simulated, but it gives you the impression it is. I wonder if that's tied to why the Viggen does have trouble getting tone sometimes. That is a thing that exists. I haven't tested it exhaustively enough to say why it exists or how common it is, but I have done enough air-to-air in the Viggen to know that it is a valid complaint. I understand where the Viggen guys are coming from when they say, oh, the RB24 kind of sucks, it doesn't get tone. Like, I get it. I know you guys have trouble getting tone with it. Usually what I do to help with that is I cage and uncage, which is what further leads me to believe it's the way Heat Blur have kind of simulated that seeker behavior. So I usually just cage and uncage until I get a tone. The missile tracks fine. The RB24J out of the Viggen tracks pretty close to an AIM-9P off the F5. It should do essentially the same missile. For a good couple of years, the RB24J behaved kind of like an AIM-9M. It had the turning capability and tracking capability of an AIM-9M or something like that. It was not an AIM-9X. It wasn't quite that good, but it was definitely better than an AIM-9P. That got fixed about 2 years ago. So from my testing so far, its turning capability and tracking capability is about on par with the AIM-9P off the F5. But yeah, like the tone is an issue, and that's a module issue. Likewise, the 21 picking up tone from head-on aspects is probably more so coded into the module than it is the missiles. It might interplay with the missiles once they're off the rails to a degree, but generally speaking, look, to summarize this before I end up fucking waffling for another half hour, to summarize this, when the weapon is attached to the aircraft, it's a part of the module, and the module is responsible for that weapon. So whoever the module dev is, code everything about that weapon's behavior until it leaves the rail. The moment that weapon leaves the rail, it becomes the actual weapon. Like, it becomes an AIM-9P or an RB-24J or an R60M or whatever. That's when the weapons coding takes over. As soon as it comes off the rail, the weapons coding takes over. Whether it's an ED weapon or magnitude, heat blur, whatever. Doesn't matter.